Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. Our program is about to begin.
I invite everybody to please take their seats. Can everybody please take their seats? We're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning. I already love the energy in this room. Come on in for those of you out in the crowd. Good morning, everyone. Shh. Good morning, everyone. There's that Delaware Mid-Atlantic energy. I'm Liz Schreier. I am very privileged to be the president and CEO of the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. And what a joy to welcome all of you to the 7th annual USGLC Mid-Atlantic Summit. Anyone here has been to all 7 other than Senator Chris Coons and myself? Christy, Jason, look at that, wonderful. Who's here for the first time? Yay, well, welcome. So this is a fabulous gathering in person, and I love seeing all those from the Mid-Atlantic. But I also want you to know we have an amazing crowd that is joining us online. Last year at the summit, we had over 100,000 joining virtually from the Mid-Atlantic region, and we expect just as large of a crowd here today. So whether you are joining us here in person or online, I invite you to be part of the conversation, and you can do so by joining us on social media using the hashtag Mid-Atlantic Summit 24. So be part of that conversation. Now, events like this, as you know, don't just happen, so a couple big thank yous. Certainly start with the incredible regional partners. There's a lot of them. They're listed up on the screen, and a big thank you to them, as well as today's sponsors. Give a shout out to Johnson & Johnson, Citi, Amazon, Cargill, and Meta. Let's thank our regional partners and our sponsors. Now, there are many reasons I love this event, and some of them start with this. It's an opportunity for all of us as a community to thank the congressional leaders. Senator Carper was just here. In a moment, I'm going to introduce Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester. They step up and they lead when it comes to America's global leadership. And that, of course, includes our co-host and leader of today that you'll hear many times on the stage today, and that's my dear friend, Senator Chris Coons. Now, there are few people who have such an outsized role day in and day out when it comes to making the world a better, safer, more prosperous place. And I'm just going to give you one example from this week. That is because of Senator Coons, there is $9 billion of humanitarian aid that is saving millions of lives. Senator, it is a privilege for USGLC to partner with you each year to bring your vision of the summit so we can all gather here today with this broad, diverse coalition to talk about America's role in the world and why it matters here at home. And to kick off today with actually good news, where just this week, I mentioned a piece of it, but that thanks to you and many others, that we saw a bicameral, bipartisan support for what's known in Washington as the National Security Emergency Package that was signed into law. And quoting President Biden, who I'll clean it up a little, but he is known to say, this is really a big deal. And it's really a big deal because it matters to our economic and security interests. Now, our adversaries like Russia and China and Iran and North Korea are not slowing down in the world. They're out there causing a lot of chaos and a lot of global instability. And this package helps our allies like Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. But it also does what I just mentioned. It helps provide humanitarian support for so many in great need. And Senator, I do not travel as much as you, nobody does, but I have been around the globe and locally for the last few months. And I've been to Europe, I have been to Africa, I've been to the Middle East, I've been to Taiwan lately, and I have seen that when America shows up, the difference it makes, exactly what we're going to talk about today. Development and diplomacy matters. And when we don't show up, it matters to our issues here at home. It matters to our grocery prices and what happens when we go to fill up our cars at the gas pumps. It matters to our health security. It matters to our democracy. And this is what we're going to talk about today, the global landscape. And what happens globally matters locally to our kitchen tables issues. So throughout the conversation, whether we're talking about Africa economic growth, whether we're talking about climate change, whether we're talking about food security, I want you to ask yourself a question. What's it worth? What's it worth for America to be engaged in the world? What's it worth to our security, our economy, our environment? What's it worth to invest in diplomacy, in global development, in foreign assistance, in Peace Corps? I see Carol Spahn here who leads Peace Corps. What's it worth to America? To me, it's very clear. Global stability is America's security. And I hear this every day when I travel locally. We just, at USGLC, my organization, just signed an MOU with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, mayors all across the country, who absolutely believe and see that global impact, what happens globally, lands on our doorstep here. I was just with Senator Coons, one of his colleagues in South Dakota, Senator Thune, the #2 Republican in the Senate, who we had a similar event just like this, and he says the same thing, that global issues matter locally here in our country. So we have an incredible lineup. You are in for a treat today. We have everybody from the ambassador, the amazing ambassador from Ukraine, Ambassador Markarova. You're going to hear from David Beasley, who when he ran the World Food Program received a Nobel Peace Prize, and so many more. So remember, American global leadership development and diplomacy. It's not a red issue or a blue issue. This is an America issue. And thank goodness you're all here to be part of this conversation. So to get us going, there is one of my greatest honors today is to introduce somebody you all know extremely well. And that, of course, is Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester. As you know, she proudly has represented the U.S. House of Representatives from the state of Delaware since 2017, sitting on the House Commerce Committee on Energy and Commerce, serving as the assistant whip for the House leadership. For me at USGLC, I have had the privilege of seeing what she does to project America's role in the world because it matters here at home. She has participated in this event many times, and every time she takes the podium, I just sit back and say, wow, how inspiring she is, because she understands exactly what we're doing today. What happens globally matters locally, and she doesn't just do the talk. She steps up and does the action, and how lucky we are that she represents you in Delaware and stands in Washington to make sure that we deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Wow, thank you, Liz, for that incredible introduction. I almost wanted to leave the room. Like, that was like, that's a high bar. That's a high bar. But I think it really, I would also give that same high bar, high standard to Liz Schrayer. Please show her some love and appreciation for all of your leadership. Liz. To the board, to the staff, to the advisory council, to the coalition at large, we thank you for your leadership and your real determination to make sure that we all understand that your work to strengthen our nation's civilian-led tools of development and diplomacy alongside of defense are ultimately important for our democracy. I don't think there's a time more that we need USGLC. As I even look out at this room and see all of you, and knowing that we are streaming to maybe thousands of people, this moment in particular in our history, and I see our service members shaking their heads, this moment in our history is vital for an organization like USGLC, and for those of us in this room. And I know for myself, I have been blessed to live, travel, and work, and even birth a child in different countries. My son was born in France. I've been able to travel to different countries, over 30 of them. But I don't think there's anybody in this room who has been to more countries on the planet Earth than Senator Chris. Now, he's pointing, I know, but Chris, I mean, I think he just went into a submarine somewhere in the Arctic, I mean, North Pole or somewhere like that. And I will tell you, I don't know about you, but when I see Senator Coons around the world, when I see him on television talking about the important issues, I'm proud. I'm so proud of you, Senator. So proud of your leadership for making the world a better place. And we are grateful to you. To all the elected officials in the room, to Scott Nathan, to our visitors, to those of you viewing, to our service members, I say welcome as well. And at today's summit, you're going to tackle some of the most pressing issues that we face around the globe. Everything from food insecurity to climate to economic security. We also know that our world is connected. We are connected. So to think that a pandemic happens in this country and doesn't end its way over here, or to think that clean air or clean drinking water is not connected to here, that's a fallacy. We in this room get it, and part of our charge is to make sure that everyone gets it. We also know that in this very present moment, issues like misinformation and disinformation are tackling and trying to destroy some of the very institutions, some of our very democratic ideals and principles. And so this moment is really important to have trusted advocates that can really speak to these issues. So again, I want to thank you for lending your voice today. It is standing room only in here. People are literally around the walls because this is such an important discussion, and I'm honored to be with you. And when I think back to how I even got to this place that I'm even standing before you, I was an international relations major. That was my passion, my goal coming up as a young person. I just wanted to see world peace. I just thought if we understood each other better, knew each other better, we'd have world peace. And so I studied international relations. Then coming to Congress, deciding, well, why me, why now? And 3 Ps showed up. One was purpose, that people could live their purpose. And that's why jobs and the economy are so important, in housing and healthcare. That we'd have a planet to live on. And the last P was peace. And in this moment, again, we need it more than ever. So the theme, the focus on diplomacy is so important. But it's not just a single objective. Diplomacy is a way for us to unite and foster a safer world. That's exactly what happened over the past week when the House of Representatives and the Senate came together in a bipartisan way to pass historic legislation. That national security funding package for our allies abroad and for humanitarian aid was probably one of the most consequential votes we have taken, at least in my time. I mean, think about it. I remember our leader, Hakeem Jeffries, saying, this is a Churchill or Chamberlain moment. That's how big that moment was for us. That's how big that vote was for us. The fact that it was overwhelmingly bipartisan says a lot about what we believe, what we value, and what we know our allies expect of us in the world. It was probably one of the most important days. And as I walked down the Capitol steps after taking that vote, similar to the senator, I saw Ukrainian families and advocates waving the flags. And even in the chamber, when we waved the flag, we got chastised by somebody, they waved our flag in their country. How beautiful is that? How powerful is that? So it is clear to everyone in this room that we are facing a number of unprecedented threats. Democracy around the world is at risk. Freedom around the world is at risk. There is immense pain and suffering, whether it is Europe to the Middle East, Africa, and the Caribbean, and right here at home. But throughout our history, America's leadership has been defined by some of the darkest chapters. Time and time again, our nation has stood tall and been a leader for diplomacy, freedom, and hope. But now more than ever, we must stand up and make the right investments. If we say we believe in peace, then we need to invest in peace. If we say we believe in diplomacy, we must invest in diplomacy. If we say we believe in development because it lifts all boats, then we must invest in development. On that, I want a round of applause, because we need to believe that. If we feel that, we should believe it and do it. I've personally been able to go to the country of Jordan when King Abdullah had a poverty alleviation strategy. It was life-changing for me. I lived in Shanghai. My late husband worked there. I even birthed a baby in Paris. Like, I love the world. But I know, again, that we are connected. And I also know the threats today are different. I was one of the people, as many of you know, trapped up in the gallery on January 6th. When they shut the doors on the floor, they forgot about all of us who were up in the balcony. And I saw firsthand how fragile even our democracy is. Even our democracy. And the world is watching. The world is watching. That's why what Senator Coons does around the world is so important. Because even when things feel tough here, he is truly an ambassador for all of us. And that's why the work of USGLC is so important. So today, I think about all of the different things that USGLC stands for, including supporting our service members who have some of the toughest jobs in the world and are also ambassadors, including making sure that we have the resources that we need and that we prevent pandemics and climate change, but also looking at access to clean water around the globe so that people can have crop yields that feed themselves, but also can be sold to different markets and lift the economy. Improving educational outcomes so that our allies can support the most advanced manufacturing processes that fuel our economy. And for me, I love supply chains. And so I recognize that we are connected. That's what I work on in a bipartisan way. Even staving off the perils of climate change in the Caribbean so that they can invest in their economies and enhance trade with us, their neighbors. All of these are just examples of things that we can do abroad, but that will have an impact right here at home, that will strengthen our economy right here at home, that will build bridges and create a safer planet right here at home. And so to all of you who are participating, whether you are a business person, whether you are a legislator, whether you are a service member, whether you are from an NGO, whether you are just somebody who cares about peace, the planet, and people living their purpose, we thank you. We thank you. Chris, I know this is going to be another successful summit. And I'm going to do some alliteration because it's the 7th. The 7th will be another successful summit under the senator. Just had to throw that in. But it's such an important time. And I'm so glad that we, our generation, we're on the battlefield for justice and peace. We're on the battlefield to turn those swords into plowshares. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blunt Rochester. Let's hear it for, Representative Blunt Rochester. Sorry about that. It's good to see everyone here this morning. Good morning. Good morning. I know it's early. It's Friday. I was a school teacher. Good morning. I'm County Executive Matt Meyer. Welcome to New Castle County. For those of you visiting here, the first county in the first state in America. I am told that I am one of 2 county executives in American history who speak Swahili. And the other is former county executive Chris Coons. Habari Yasabui, Chris. It's wonderful to join you all again. Big thank you to Liz and USGLC for once again hosting our Mid-Atlantic Summit here in Wilmington. Please don't forget, after the conference, you can feel free to go to our beautiful restaurants right here in Wilmington. Spend some money while you're here. Help local business. We're going to begin our conversation today on the continent of Africa, exploring how and why we are leveraging our civilian-led assets to invest in Africa's economic growth and security. This is a panel near and dear to my heart. I grew up here in Delaware and had the opportunity after college with a small $10,000 grant to move to Kenya, to Nairobi, to Mathare Valley, where we started a small sandal-making cooperative. We had 2 employees, and then E-commerce hit, and next thing you know, we had 25 employees selling footwear around the world from a neighborhood where the average income was about 50 cents per family per day. The Africa Growth and Opportunities Act has had a measurable and direct impact on those who worked in our little workshop, as they did for tens of thousands of families across Africa and thousands here in America. Now, 30 years later, we have an opportunity to continue this commitment, and I appreciate that today many of the experts in Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, in so many policies that bring the African continent and the American continent closer together, are here with us in Delaware. There is no better American foreign policy than foreign policy that helps to alleviate poverty around the world. This will be a conversation in two parts, and it's my pleasure now to introduce the panelists joining us for part one. Side note, you can see, I'm not going to read the full bios. You can see the full bios of our distinguished panelists linked in your program card, and I encourage you to check them out. I'm not reading them because they're so long and distinguished, we'd have no time for the panel. First up, our man of the hour, Senator Coons. You'll hear from Senator Coons throughout the day, but I would be remiss not to mention that Senator Coons is the U.S. Senate's premier expert on Africa. He's one of the most consequential champions strengthening America's global leadership, and one of the most sought-after colleagues to work across the aisle and get things done. He sits on the Foreign Relations, Judiciary, Ethics, and Small Business Committees, and he leads as chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on State Foreign Operations, as co-chair of the Senate Human Rights Caucus, as co-chair of the Senate Climate Solutions Caucus. He's also one of the leading experts on how to make toilets flush and dirty water go down the drain and get our sewer system to work here in New Castle County. Ladies and gentlemen, former County Executive Chris Coons. It's my honor to have such a distinguished panel here with Senator Coons. Senator Coons is fantastic, but we see him here in New Castle County often. My knees are shaking for these next four individuals, all of whom will be here to share their expertise. First, we have Scott Nathan, who serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, the U.S. government's premier development finance agencies. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Nathan. Runa Alam is co-founder and CEO of Development Partners International, a leading private equity firm investing throughout Africa, focusing its impact work in gender balance, climate change, and job creation and enhancement. Give Ms. Alam a round of applause. Candy Wolf is the Executive Vice President of Global Government Affairs for Citi and serves as co-chair of USGLC's Board of Directors. Please welcome Candy. And of course, USGLC President and CEO Liz Schreier. She's on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all of our esteemed panelists.
Thank you, Matt. Let's hear for Matt Myers. All right, let's jump in. We've got about 30 minutes with this extraordinary group of individuals. And I have to say, over the last few years of the summit, we've talked about Africa and we've talked about economic growth. And I feel like each year, for those that have been here, we've kind of upped the game. We've talked about Power Africa, Prosper Africa, AGOA that Matt already mentioned, DFC. I remember we talked about when it just was created. And since we met last year, I took a list of how many things have actually changed. And there's some good news. Africa Union became part of the permanent member of G20. Many cabinet secretaries have actually visited. The vice president went to Africa, to several countries, and came back with investments of $7 billion in the private sector. The administration launched the President's Advisory Council of Africa Diaspora Engagement. You're going to meet one of the members in the next panel. And so we have a lot to talk about. One last thing I'll mention is when I visited Kenya last, I know you were just there, I met with our amazing U.S. Ambassador Meg Whitman, who prior to ambassador was CEO of Hewlett-Packard, and she told me that when she was CEO, she spent 1% of her time thinking about the continent of Africa and how foolish that was, given that the Chinese have already realized that 1 out of 3 workers in the world will be on the continent by 2050. And as one of my guests who was on my trip said, we better up our game. And he was very impressed the next day when we went and saw a DFC project partnering with USAID and said, oh, now I get it. So let's get into what we're doing to unlock economic growth. And Senator, I'm going to start with you because you just came back from 5 countries in Africa. And one of which I just was at was Malawi, where I saw a huge DFC project. So I'm going to come back to you, Scott. And Runa, I know you were just there as well. Senator, you travel a lot, but this trip I think was really interesting for you because we were talking about it last night. What did you see new that is happening in Africa that's unlocking economic growth, and anything that surprised you on this particular trip? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation again. To be brief, in Angola and Zambia and Malawi, we saw some things that were very much the same over the last 20 years. The dramatic investment by the American people in public health through PEPFAR has had a huge impact. In Zambia, the average life expectancy has increased by 50% over the last 20 years, from 44 to 66. And the president of Zambia told us it's because of PEPFAR, a program launched under President Bush and sustained under every president since then. In Malawi, we got out into a rural area and got to see the very real challenges of abject poverty and of a lack of access to electricity, to roads, to clean water. And the DFC is helping finance a state-of-the-art solar project. The Millennium Challenge Compact is helping finance access roads. It was good to see the tools of development working on the ground in partnership with the government of Malawi. But in Angola, a massive country, there is the beginnings of the Lobito Corridor project, which is the United States returning to investing in infrastructure at scale. A railroad that is going from the Atlantic port city of Lobito all the way into the Democratic Republic of the Congo's Katanga province is being upgraded, modernized, and will connect into the interior in an area rich in critical minerals. But all along that corridor, we're delivering partnerships with Western cell phone companies, partnerships with smallholder farmers and agricultural development, partnerships that are connecting millions of people to opportunities. So what is different is the impact of the Development Finance Corporation, a relatively new tool to crowd in private finance and secure it with public risk management. And a big thing that is old but new, 50 years ago, we were building infrastructure on the continent of Africa. We are back into doing that, but not principally through U.S. taxpayer dollars, principally with private sector dollars. It's transformational. I'll close with this. As we went in to meet with President Lourenço, I turned to Patty Murray, who's the chair of the Appropriations Committee, and I said, I want to remind you of the context here. This guy was a Marxist guerrilla who for more than 25 years was in the jungles of Angola fighting UNITA that was financed, trained, and equipped by the United States and the apartheid South African government. We were on the wrong side of history in Angola. And today, this president is going to meet with us and say, all I want is more American investment. We have an opportunity to move the trajectory in this region in a positive direction, to give the people of Angola and Zambia and Malawi opportunity and options and choices, and we should take it. We visited a large public hospital where they're training nurses with our funding and changing the trajectory of public health in Angola. It was a great visit.
What an amazing story, and I want to continue it because I remember sitting on the stage with you when the BUILD Act was passed, thanks to your leadership and others that created the DFC. Scott Nathan, I am a big fan of the DFC. Full disclosure, I'm on the advisory board of the DFC. This is a relatively new tool, as the senator just talked about. It is a new approach. Talk about what this financial agency, the Financial Solutions, is adding to the toolkit. Give us an example of one success so you can give the flavor. The senator already talked about one. And also a little bit about some of the barriers that you're facing. Welcome.
Well, Liz, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. It's an amazing event. USGLC is such an important organization advocating for our role in the world, and your participation on our Development Advisory Council is really critical. Very grateful for that, and I'm so pleased to be able to sit next to Senator Coons, really the godfather of DFC. I'm so grateful for your
push. A new
title
title there.
Today, you come to me on the morning of my daughter's wedding, and you ask for financing.
Exactly. Financing for development around the world. That's what I'm
like
kind of.
that.
It was good. It was good. But you're also such a prominent advocate for what we do and for the United States' role in the world. I'm very grateful for that. So, Liz, you're right. You started out in your speech talking about how the United States needs to show up. And I think that was really the motivating force behind the creation of the Development Finance Corporation, the modernized development finance institution of the United States. The idea was to support the private sector around the world with the financing tools we have, to make economic and development impact and support our foreign policy goals. Those two things are inextricably linked, and through the tools that we have to support private sector investment and support development across all sectors, infrastructure, healthcare, food security, energy, and support for small business, we're offering an alternative to what the developing world has seen over the last few decades without an alternative being offered, along with our G7 colleagues. And this is an important push from the Biden administration to make sure we're doing it in concert with our allies. We want to show up and fill the global infrastructure gap with a high-quality, high-standard offering that reflects our values as market economies and the belief that the private sector is the engine to alleviate poverty around the world. And there is a hunger for that. I went to President Lourenço's inauguration in Angola, and after a 3-hour military parade, that was a throwback, there was an amazing speech he gave, which talked about extending a hand to new partners, clearly talking about diversifying their relationships, not renouncing their history, but reaching out because they know we have something better to offer, and that can make a difference for his ability and for his colleagues in the more than 50 other countries in Africa to deliver for their people. And that's the opportunity where DFC can come in and create projects like Indorama, which is a fertilizer plant in Nigeria that we just financed along with many of our partners in the DFI world, including the Exim Bank of India, Korea, as well as many Europeans, to provide for food security on the continent, one of the critical ingredients for stability.
Well, I love that we're already talking about the private sector, and if you're the godfather, we're about to hear from the godmother of private sector. Everybody in this room knows that the fastest growing and youngest continent is Africa, and so there's this incredible potential of innovation and entrepreneurship. Runa, the whole question is, how do we get there? And how do you unlock this potential? And you've actually done it. Runa, your DPI, the company that you run, has supported more than 65,000 jobs on the continent of Africa. You've actually created jobs and employed I think you're one of the largest employers on the continent, providing 615,000 individuals with financing. So help us understand, what does it take to evolve with the private sector actually investing in people? There's a lot of businesses in this audience and tuning in online. What's your advice if you want to actually invest in individuals to get this private sector engaged and unlock economic growth? Welcome.
Thank you so much, Liz, and thank you to Senator Coons, USGLC, and Liz for having me here. And what I'm really proud of is that someone from
Bring
the
your mic
private
just a little closer so everybody can hear.
that someone from the private sector, and I've only worked in the private sector, 25 years of investing in Africa, is up on stage. You truly understand the linkages between government, as well as UFDFC, government, and the private sector. That partnership is really what is growing Africa. 25 years ago, when I started investing in Africa, Africa had come from 20 years, 30 years of the GDP going down, of disruption through wars and bad governance, really putting people into poverty and keeping them there. So what's happened over the last 25 years? African governments started following what I call the American model. Over the next 10 years, democracy flourished in Africa. More and more countries had democratic elections. Over the last 25 years, also, governments enabled private sector business to develop in partnership with government in Africa, government in the US. So back then, many countries, the majority of GDP was in the public sector. And they looked at how do you develop countries. It had to be the private sector. That's what creates jobs. That's what creates economic development. Today, 90% of jobs are from the private sector. 80% of all production is from the private sector. 2/3 of all investment is from the private sector, and 3/4 of all credit is from the private sector. So a huge change. Why go into Africa? Africans think this is the century for Africa. Why? By 2050, 1/4 of the world's population will be in Africa. By 2000, maybe as much as 40%. By the next 20 to 30 years, the biggest number of young people coming into the workforce in the whole world will be Africans, 800 million people, and then maybe 2 billion by the end of the century. What does that mean? It creates incredible energy, it creates development, it also creates a consumer. So for countries like China who've seen it, that are in there, they are tying up the brands that the young people are growing up with, the companies they're comfortable with. Why not us from the US? So the consumer class that is created is now 350 million people and will be almost 2 billion people over the next few decades. That is a great opportunity. When you also think about one of the biggest changes I've seen in 25 years in Africa, which is digitization. Most people in Africa now have a phone, and they have a smartphone. So a lot of business is conducted there. That opens up the opportunity for business not only to go to this 350 million middle class, but to go to the mass market. A lot of people there. A great business opportunity. So I would encourage everyone to look towards markets of the future, which for me is Africa. China, East Asia, and other places, the population is going down. The number of new entrants coming into the workforce is going down. In Africa, it's increasing. It will be the biggest driver of people and people in the workforce in the world over the next several decades. How does one go into Africa? First thing we have to remember is Africa is not one country. It's 54 countries with a lot of diversity. So choice of how you go in is very important. You can go in where the big growth is. In Francophone Africa, the leading economies there are Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal, growing at 6 to 8% a year.
Runa, I want to just bring you up to Congress because they can hear you. Let me hold you on that and get Candy into this conversation. But boy, you could sell this. We could use you in Washington. Candy, Citi has been doing this for a while in terms of partnering in Africa, and particularly in picking up on your last point on empowering youth. You've invested in the Mandela Washington Fellowship. You've invested in the Pathways to Progress, and picking up on Runa's comment. And Citi is not a city, as you said, remind us all the time, is actually the company. And can you talk about, picking up on Runa's comment about this opportunity, as to why and how Citi sees partnering with African youth as so important to unlocking economic growth?
Well, thank you for the invitation to be here. And, you know, I think you've noted we've had some great partnerships. And those partnerships helped to get to areas that probably don't see as much access. So it was Eastern DRC and for youth, for one of the partnerships that you were talking about. But Liz, I kind of want to pivot to the point that you need economic growth that's going to help youth, right? It's having the jobs, it's having the development. And I think where Citi has, well, first of all, we've been in Africa for 60 years. We're in 40, we do business in 40 countries, 16 of which we have an actual physical presence. So we're the largest American bank doing business in Africa. But we were talking last night, it's still not enough. And the presence is probably still not as broad as many would like. But it's really around the business opportunities. It's partnering with Scott and his team, right? We do a lot with DFC. We support the multinational companies who are doing business in the region. So 2,000 of the multinationals who have, you know, businesses are our clients. We support the financial institutions that are supporting the backbone of the economy, and we back them, and then we support the sovereigns. And I think as the Congresswoman mentioned earlier around supply chains, it's a lot of supply chain financing and a lot of support for the companies with supply chain finance. So there's many, many opportunities, but we have to find the ways to partner with DFC. We partnered with the Brits and we partnered with the Japanese, and we find other development banks, but really the ability to leverage the private sector dollars with support from the government, but to do more. And that's, you know, the challenge, and I think the challenge that governments are providing, or the opportunities that governments are providing, which is to help focus attention, figure out the projects and the investment, because there's such a broad swath of need, and really be able to target the resources in an effective and responsible way.
So let me pick up on that, and I'm going to ask Senator and Scott two things that pick up exactly on the government side of it. There are two really important legislative pieces that are coming up in the next year that you have to have the private sector, but you have to have government. And I want to ask you about two different ones. AGOA, the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, I want to say it right. It was game-changing 25 years ago when it started. You are leading the reauthorization with the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, ranking member, Jim Risch. I did not flip the who was in charge of the Senate in this moment. Why is it important? What are you trying to do in this new iteration?
AGOA, which was one of the last bills that Bill Clinton signed into law and has been reauthorized repeatedly, provides quota-free, duty-free access to the U.S. market for manufactured products from Africa. Not enough countries on the continent have taken advantage of it. South Africa has done more than anyone else. Kenya is the second largest beneficiary or participant, and a number of other countries, Mauritius, Lesotho, Ghana, Tanzania to a lesser extent. In South Africa, they're manufacturing luxury automobiles and exporting them to the U.S. There's also stone fruit and wine and grapes and so forth. In Kenya and in the other countries I mentioned, it's mostly in the apparel industry. This is moving some of the apparel supply chain out of countries like Vietnam or the Philippines or China or Bangladesh and providing some opportunities. It has grown dramatically in Kenya. We are trying to extend it for a long period, more than 15 years. We are trying to incentivize the development of higher levels of trade in Africa, so light manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and we're trying to strengthen the United States' relationship with the 54 countries of the continent. Because bluntly, China has accelerated their investment and their trade with Africa massively. Delaware today exports $100 million a year to Africa. I want to see us grow that tenfold, and part of what will help that is having African countries also exporting to the United States. There is a virtuous cycle that is possible here in terms of the sectors that are involved and the trade assistance that happens both sides, both ways.
Let me just pick up on that before I go to Scott on one reauthorization. How concerned are you about this competition with China when you go visit Africa? What are you seeing, and are we using our toolkit enough?
A decade ago, I would say that we were absolutely absent, that we were doing very little, and that China had already seen what Runa was talking about, which is that Africa is the continent of this century. And China was in every single country and building everything, airports, highways, soccer stadiums. I remember being in Benin a decade ago. Your money was financing the delivery of healthcare services, but the new hospital had Chinese characters on the front of it, and any Beninois who went in or out of the hospital thought everything there was being provided by the Chinese. We cannot supplant Chinese investment on the continent, but we can give countries a better alternative, as Scott said, that is higher quality, more transparent, has better labor and environmental standards, and better reflects a real partnership between the U.S. and the dozens of countries on the continent that want our partnership. Every head of state I've met with in a decade wants the option of a U.S. partnership. And in most cases, they're partnering with China because we're not showing up enough. Our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, just returned from Kenya yesterday. Our President, Joe Biden, will be hosting the President of Kenya, William Ruto, for the next state visit, which happens next month, May 23rd.
And he was here virtually live last year at the summit. So AGOA is one of the key legislation. Another one is a reauthorization of the BUILD Act, which you helped again create. Tell me why for DFC, why is that important and what is going on with that, Scott?
Well, thanks, Liz. It's important because we've been able to achieve so much in the under 5 years that DFC has existed. It was a little bit of a startup, a little bit of building on an existing organization, but now we've learned the lessons of the last 5 years and need to figure out how to really be more effective going forward. Look, in the last year, we did $2 billion of investments in Africa across 46 different projects. So that's
incredible.
You know, everything from food security and health measures, development at the very smallest level with small business, all the way to the railway that Senator Coons talked about. And the vice chair of our board, Samantha Power, took a ride on that railway today. We're about to announce a huge upgrade in order to do economic development. But we've also been doing airports in Sierra Leone and port investments and other large-scale infrastructure, including important access to energy. But we need to take it to a totally different level. And the opportunity to reauthorize our agency, if we don't get reauthorized, it's pencils down. That is a really bad thing for our reputation with private sector partners to have to take a pause. We need to be reliable as a partner. That's first and foremost. But even more, we need to fix our tools to make sure that we can take the kind of risk that's necessary to have the impact that's part of this discussion. That's making sure the equity tool, the ability to make equity investments, which was one of the innovations under the BUILD Act, is really unleashed for its full power. That will allow us to have influence early on with companies, their choice of vendors, their choice of standards, how these projects are developed and rolled out. And we also need to make sure that our organization can keep functioning at the highest level, grow so that the structure and the tools we have are appropriate for the really high demand for what we do.
And Scott, just to follow up, to what degree, picking up what the Senator was just talking, does DFC play this forward-leaning role in terms of our competition with China?
Yeah, we're out there offering an alternative. You know, we're not always going head-to-head. I think the Senator's right that China is going to continue its economic development activity, and that is sometimes understandable from the point of view of the needs of people and the leaders around the world. But what we're offering is different. It's financially sustainable. It's environmentally sustainable. It's good for local laws and conditions, helps to promote transparency and anti-corruption, keep people employed. We're very focused on employing local workers in our projects, making sure that the product is high quality, long-lasting, promotes the private sector, because without the trillions of dollars that exist in global capital markets around the world being directed toward these markets, there's not going to be enough money at the government level ever to move the needle and make a difference. We need to unleash the power of the private sector in order to do that work.
So on my last round, I want to bring in Candy and Runa to take a slightly different turn. I want to do a couple, what I'm calling connecting issues, because we've been talking about the legislation, we've been talking to China. Candy, I want to ask you a question on energy security, because when we talk about China and their investments, it's always about roads and bridges, but they're investing a lot in terms of the Chinese institutional loans to Africa have been heavily into energy. And I want to give you this statistic, that lending for renewables from China in their two main development finance institutions was just 2% of their 52 billion. It's largely 50% is on fossil fuels. Now, Citi just recently, in contrast, I know announced a 130 million partnership with a Kenya solar panel. So talk for a second about what you're seeing in terms of the appetite in Africa as you're doing the work. You just said you're in 44 countries there, in terms of an appetite for clean energy and how that relates to this conversation about growth. And I'm going to ask a different question to Runa on a different topic.
Yeah. And I think, Liz, you've noted, that climate, energy, key issues, obviously, for the continent. We see a huge appetite, right? I mean, it's hard to... In fact, there was just the Africa Climate Summit not so long ago, and I think I had the numbers, for the sustainable goals for what Africa needs to reach. And I think if I looked, you were quoting numbers, and it was 2.8 trillion by 2030, and we've received 30 billion in financing, according to the UN. So 2.8 trillion, 30 billion, that goes to tell you that the needs are great and the interest is high. So we've been doing a number of projects. Benin, actually, as you were mentioning, we had a $500 million euro project to help with their sustainable finance goals. But it goes back to what Scott was saying with the DFC, and frankly, the efforts that are happening at the G7 level to also make modifications to what we call the development banks and the broader development finance institutions, really an effort to figure out what is restraining the ability of government to further capitalize the private sector. Because there's only so much we can do. There's lots of projects that we can find, but they have to be investable. They have to be, they can't be corrupt. They've got to follow under rule of law, and making sure that those criteria and those principles are applicable, and then being able to catalyze the resources. And I think the work that the G7 and the world is trying to do to improve the use of development finance tools into the modern era of how we use capital markets and equity and the rest, I think are really where we have to kind of push, because yes, there's lots of projects, lots of interest, lots of need. We're finding them, we're investing, but it's getting to the scalable level that is going to take a lot more coordination.
So speaking of scalable, I'm going to close with a question to Runa, which is, you're focused on, you've done a lot in the area of gender in women and girls, and you've actually been recognized for this work. It's extraordinary. If we just invested more, we could actually close the global gap on gender. $7 trillion in global GDP would all of a sudden show up in the world. What are you doing? What are you seeing? Why is this so important to this question we're talking about on unleashing and unlocking economic growth?
Thank you, Liz. So we are part of the initiative called 2X, which was developed by at the G7 in 2018 and has now more than 20 countries supporting it. What is 2X? It's the 2X stands for the 2 X chromosomes that women have. And it's and it is a criteria.
That's worth an applause, gang.
And it is a criteria to empower women employees in Africa, women business leaders, as well as provide much-needed products for women consumers. We were the first 2X fund. We have made 50% of all of our companies 2X on the 2X criteria in Africa and working on 100%. Why is this important? It's important on the country level because in our countries in Africa, there is less education, less skill set, less management expertise. It is very important to involve 51% of the population for development. So it's very important to do that. And in fact, in Africa, the second thing that's important is families in Africa. Africa has one of the largest percentage of women in the workforce, around 62%, but most women are in low-income jobs and vulnerable jobs. By empowering them to have better jobs, more stable jobs, higher income jobs, create women into entrepreneurs, you're helping the families. You're helping the families and the children get education, get better medical care, even get better nutrition. That leads to development for the next generation as well as stability for this generation. Finally, it's important to companies such as ours because a lot of research has been done by the World Bank, by the Knight Foundation Family Foundation here in the US, that shows that gender diversity actually leads to more stable companies and leads to higher returns. In every way you look, empowering women, and also Scott and DFC, you were very much in the forefront. The women of DFC were very vocal about this, actually. By doing this, we're actually creating development in Africa.
Well, first, this is amazing. Given how challenging the world is, I don't know about the rest of you, but to kick off with all this inspiring innovation, thank Runa, Scott, Senator Coons, and Candy for a great first panel.
Thank you, Liz.
And to keep the inspiring energy going, today we are really excited to celebrate 10 years of the Young African Leader Initiative known as YALI, and with the University of Delaware, and to share with you just a brief, wonderful video to hear a little bit about it. So please, thank you to all the panelists and join in this wonderful video.
Thank you, YALI. Thank you to the University of Delaware. Blue hands.
YALI is an accelerator. YALI is transformational.
The first thing I really learned when I entered the university was the aspects of inclusion. This is somewhere I'm going to learn something more.
Delaware is a place where you can always connect with people, and they are willing to also invest in some of your ideas. They are willing to mentor you.
One big thing that actually I took from the fellowship was volunteerism. Now, because of the program, I felt responsible to also give back to society. I'm also passionate about girls and girls' empowerment, especially in the field of STEM.
We met Senator Coons. It was really an amazing experience. I still continue to think about some of the things he said. You can make impact from your community with one person at a time.
The connections that I got, going to the United States and meeting with top officials like the governor, the senator, it gives you that kind of confidence, knowing that whatever I do should create an impact.
YALI will transform your work from where you are, take you to the next level and support you all the way.
And thank you, UD, for the great opportunity. And because of the impact you made in a single life of mine, I'm impacting hundreds of girls back home in Ghana. I'm so grateful. Happy 10th anniversary.
Wow. Wow, that's inspiring. And as Dr. Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall Long, professor at UD, I take great pride in celebrating our YALI partnership. And to those present from UD, give us a wave. The students, some of the mentors, thank you for being an inspiration. And to our Senator Coons and to Liz and our next panel, we're going to be calling you right back up. So you get a sip of coffee and we're going to roll you back up quickly because those know we nurses, we keep the schedule rolling for you. Made that promise and that commitment. But on behalf of the state of Delaware and Governor Carney, myself, and others, we want to say thank you again to the leadership of Senator Coons, to the incredible panel here today with the Global Leadership Coalition. And I'm just going to be very succinct because we have great speakers on this panel who are going to talk about the next piece around investment and the future in Delaware. We know these partnerships matter. and we're going to move forward. As you've heard in the last panel and into the future, we have to lean in. And we know 6 out of 10 of the fastest economies in the globe are in Africa. And it is my commitment, our commitment, those of you who are in elected office here in the state of Delaware, we need to lean in. As I look to our friends at the World Trade Center, are always in my ear here from Delaware that we need to get Delaware up in the export list among the top 25 countries. Should be Africa. It has not been. We're going to make that as a commitment, and we're going to move into that area. Having said that, how we're going to do that is through brain power, thought leadership, and economies of scale. And I'm going to call forward now our next panelist. So, of course, to the remarkable Liz Schreier, we appreciate you. Let's welcome you up, ma'am. I believe you're going to help to moderate again. And then, of course, our United States Senator Christopher Coons. Welcome. Chris, I knew it was an important day when I saw your mother in the audience. Just saying to Mom, to Sally, we have to recognize our mothers. That's what the 2X factor does. The 2X brings out a little bit of that X chromosome when we see moms in the room. And most importantly, we are so honored to have our next 2 panelists who bring such incredible wealth. Their bios are way too long for me to read them, so I hope they don't mind that I'm going to condense them very succinctly. We are going to start with Ambassador Patrick Gaspard. Many of you know him as our current president and CEO of the Center for American Progress, a DC-based public policy research and advocacy organization. Again, his bio is this long, and the main thing that we know is that he's done so much through his leadership in Africa, U.S. ambassador in the past to South Africa during President Obama's administration, and his national leadership. And to our far end, to Mary Maker, wow. Madam, you're an inspiration to so many in this room. A South Sudanese refugee who found hope. And you are truly a beacon of hope being through the Kenyan refugee camp. You were forced to flee your home from war, and you've been really a huge part of the UNHCR at the UN Refugee Agency and are a goodwill ambassador. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn this panel over now to Liz and get down to business. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Governor. You graced us last year, and so glad to see you again here. And I think Senator Coons and I don't know about you, but I'm kind of pinching myself that I'm here with Ambassador Gaspard and Mary. We'll just kind of sit back and let them do the talking. But you're pretty darn good, too. So our conversation now shifts to how we really advance the opportunity for the next generation. And Ambassador Gaspard, I'm going to start with you. You've worn so many hats in your career, so many successes. But I'm going to pick up on your work that you did in South Africa when you served as our great ambassador there. And you have many successes, as I said, but you also had many successes there. But there's one that really stands out for me because you're often thought of as redesigning in such a successful way of PEPFAR. And what, for those that don't know, I think you all probably know what PEPFAR is, but of course it's a U.S. government's global HIV/AIDS initiative. And what you are thought of to get credit for doing is to better integrate it into South Africa, into the health systems, and it was game-changing. And I'd love you to talk about what that transformation was and did, not just for South Africa, but throughout the continent, and why it made a difference for the next generation. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Liz, for inviting me to participate in my very first of these summits. Extraordinary, dynamic leadership here. I want to just take a second to really extend my appreciation for members of the armed services who are here participating. I will tell you that in my time in South Africa, working with our military leadership, working with the Marines, I was able to really appreciate how you were all intentionally on your own demilitarizing our relationships on the continent and lifting up diplomacy. So I really want to honor and respect that. So, you know what, PEPFAR, I feel like PEPFAR is my baby, and I feel as if PEPFAR should be all of our babies, and we should be radically boastful about PEPFAR. I am sick and tired of hearing about how China is outdoing us on the African continent. China ain't outdoing us on Africa. If you look only at the investments that we made, if you braid together AGOA and PEPFAR. Your question, Liz, mentioned health and prosperity, so I'll put in my little plug for AGOA. Senator Coons and I spent a lot of time working on AGOA renewal some years ago, and I became an expert in Delaware chicken. But you know, when the senator mentioned the vehicles that are exported to the U.S. from South Africa, we need to understand that's a partnership that also includes European investors as well, and it's changed how they perceive the African continent as a consequence of this benefit that we better renew in America. On PEPFAR alone, Liz, right now, today, on the continent, the U.S. is supporting 70,000 health clinics on the continent, 290,000 healthcare workers. There are 3,000 labs that exist in Africa as a consequence of the investment of American taxpayers. All of that has accrued to the immediate benefit of those who have been suffering from the scourge of AIDS. We know that we brought down the transmittal of that horrific disease significantly. Famously, we have helped to save 25 million lives in Africa as a result of the PEPFAR investment. I remember, Senator, I've been going in and out of South Africa since 1990, and I remember many years ago being at a funeral in rural KwaZulu-Natal and looking around at the headstones in the cemetery and doing the math and realizing that no one around me who had been buried lived past the age of 40. Now, as a result of PEPFAR, we've saved all the lives of people suffering from AIDS, but here's the other thing. In the target communities that we've worked, doing the right things in the right places in the right time with our data focus, we've managed to bring down death from other illnesses by 16 to 20%. Why is that important? Right now, Africa, Liz, as you know, has a combined GDP that's the equivalent of France. That's mostly because of an inability to have a durable workforce into the future. That's changing rapidly as a result of the investment that the American people have made in PEPFAR. You asked me about the transition that we made. I was privileged to help stand up an interagency in South Africa that helped to incentivize more investments from the private sector into capacitating healthcare in South Africa, but also encouraged and incentivized the South African government itself to take ownership of its PEPFAR program so that South Africa, over time, moved more resources away from private healthcare into public healthcare. We saw the immediate benefit of that most recently during the COVID-19 pandemic. Those 3,000 laboratories that I mentioned before, in them, African-trained epidemiologists were able to stand up defenses against COVID. It was useful during the Ebola crisis in containing that as well. And I'm confident that as a result of the plumbing that you all helped to stand up in South Africa and elsewhere, this will be an Africa century as a consequence of all those investments. So it's just been the greatest thing ever.
It's extraordinary.
We need to boast about it more.
We need to boast about it, and the key is, there's many keys of what you just said, but I just keep underscoring, because of what the work that you did in the transformation, is that South Africa and other African countries are taking ownership. Congratulations, Mary. I just want you to know who's about to talk to you. I'm like so awe-inspired by you. You fled South Sudan as a child. You lived and studied in a refugee camp in Kenya that I visited almost a year ago in May. And so the rest of your story is just jaw-dropping, because against all odds, you end up with a scholarship to a college in Minnesota. You graduated with honors, and here you sit as a Goodwill ambassador to UNHCR. What is it? Tell us a bit about your Goodwill ambassador, and tell us what brings you to this stage today as a vocal advocate for your generation, for your voice, from your history. Welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. When you cross the borderline, there's no going back. When you cross the borderline as a child and you watch your mother and your parents become vulnerable, you know that it is over. Have you ever seen your mother cry? And you hold the hem of her dress, and you know that she's grappling with this idea of home. What is home? You know, from that time moving forward, that you will never be called a South Sudanese. A South Sudanese, you're going to become a refugee, an identity that you have to grapple with for the next 10, 20 years, or will that title ever strip off from you? That was my life. That was the beginning of a journey of not going back. When I first crossed the borderline into Kenya, I knew there was no going back, and I could see it from my mother's eyes. She was struggling to accept that reality, because for you to leave home and take another country, it's a hard thing. And I think most people do not understand that. To leave home and become a refugee, become an immigrant, become somebody that is not defined by Mary or any other name, that's hard. When I first got into Kenya, I saw these huge trucks of UNHCR. Remember, I'm coming from war. I do not understand the concept of death or the concept of what does it mean for Mary to become human. And I end up in this refugee camp that currently has a population close to 300,000 refugees from 10 plus countries in East Africa, right? And here I am, a number. There's so many wars around the world, so who is Mary? Do I really matter? Do people see me? Do I have a voice on the table? I really wanted to matter. Underneath the skies at night, I would dream and I would see planes, and I'm like, I want to get out of the camp walls. I want to see a life beyond this. And that was impossible. How is it possible for you to win as a refugee when in a classroom there are 200 of you with 7 textbooks to learn a biology class? How do you win? How do I get an education? And an education becomes a false promise, because I graduate high school and there we are, thousands of us fighting for opportunities in a refugee camp that is in the middle of nowhere. No electricity, no opportunities coming to us. You see why I'm a Goodwill ambassador?
Yes.
I have to be able to let you all know that there's so many people out there in the world that wants to be represented. We don't have governments. The moment you become a refugee, you're no longer your country. You struggle to go back. And I want people to go back. That's why I speak for UNHCR, because every day I watch the news and I see young kids about to go through this very same journey that I went through. I thought it ended with me. They're about to get into camps, and they will be staying in these camps for 1 year. 1 year turns into 20, into 30, and they realize that they are trapped in a place that they will never leave. That was me, trapped in a refugee camp since 2000, all the way to 2019 when I got accepted to St. Olaf in Minnesota. That is over 2 decades. I don't know math. I'm a theater major, so there's that part. Yes.
Mary, thank you. I want to hear more, and we're going to come back to you, but how fortunate we are to begin to hear your story. Senator Coons, you have helped bridge this gap. I want to pick up not only on Mary's story, but the video that we just saw. You have played a very important role with Delaware, University of Delaware State and the HBCU community. Recently, I think it was last year, that you introduced the HBCU Africa Partnership Act to expand the collaboration between HBCUs and the State Department. I want you to share with us why that's important to you, what you hope to gain from that, and tie it into the Marys of the world.
Sure. Thank you, Liz. Delaware State University is one of America's premier historically black colleges and universities. Hornets in the room, somebody. And Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, who represents a state with a lot of HBCUs, is both my co-chair of the HBCU caucus in the Senate and my co-sponsor, my co-lead in the Republican caucus for this bill to strengthen partnerships. Frankly, the State Department and all of our international agencies have struggled with recruitment to have a workforce that is as diverse and as globally engaging and representative as is the United States. Linda Thomas Greenfield, who is our ambassador at the United Nations, and Samantha Power, the head of USAID, our development agency, have been great partners in this, and this bill seeks to build longer-term and deeper relationships for recruitment and engagement. Let me go back to Mary's story for a moment. Last August, I was in the Kakuma refugee camp in northwestern Kenya. It is indeed desperate, dusty, remote, hundreds of thousands of people kept in a camp away from economic opportunity or education opportunity. And I had a chance to go to a classroom where students were virtually attending an educational session. Mary has benefited as a student from that program and is today volunteering as a teacher for students in the Kakuma refugee camp back in Kenya. I think that deserves another round of applause. We have more internally displaced people and more refugees in the world today than at any point since the end of the Second World War. And the United States is the lead funder of the UN agency that runs and maintains the quality and safety and health of these massive camps of hundreds of thousands of people in dozens of countries. That's the UNHCR that we're talking about, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. The United States, we just passed this $9 billion in humanitarian aid. A significant chunk of it goes to UNHCR to make sure that places like Kakuma refugee camp are not places of violence and despair and radicalization, but are places of hope and opportunity. And Jewish Family Services here in Delaware and a number of different refugee resettlement agencies, after a significant drop in the last couple of years, are now returning to a place where we are welcoming and resettling refugees, remarkable, talented, capable people like Mary, who after graduating from St. Olaf's has so much to offer the United States and so much to offer the world.
Thank you, Senator. Patrick, I mentioned earlier that this last year, President Biden created the President's Advisory Council on Africa Diaspora Engagement. And I told everybody you were going to meet somebody on that. It's you. Recently, I interviewed one of my friends, General David Petraeus, about his new book. Now, he's a hard power kind of guy. But here's something he wrote in his book. He wrote, "The U.S. hasn't succeeded in everything because of our, quote, failure to appreciate sufficiently the history, culture, politics, religion, and tribal dynamics of populations we're aiming to assist." Well, that sounds like a definition of what this council is hopefully trying to promote: more cultural, social, political, and economic ties for perhaps U.S. and Africa. Share with us what you hope to gain out of the council's work in terms of engagement with people-to-people connections.
Thank you, Liz. I'm really proud to be one of a dozen members selected by President Biden and Secretary Blinken for this council. I had an opportunity to engage with General Petraeus at the Munich Security Council, and I was impressed with his enthusiasm for the council. I was actually quite surprised by it. Think about this for a second. Currently, right now, 1 out of every 10 black people in America is an immigrant. The total number of black immigrants in America is at about 4.6 million now, up from a total of about 800,000 30 years ago. Currently, the growth in the black population in America over this past generation, 20% of that growth has come from immigration. My family's from Haiti. I was born in the Congo. I'm essentially part of that story. The president intends to take full advantage of the extraordinary talent and the connectivity that many of us maintain to our homelands, and intends to take advantage of that and leverage it to improve relationships between the between Americans and the growing African diaspora here, which will account for 1/3 of the entire black population in America by 2060, and of course to leverage that as well to strengthen our relationships on the African continent. You mentioned YALI. There are 27,000 alum of YALI now. That's a big number.
It's amazing. It's
We've
amazing.
got to grow that out. But as President Bush understood when he launched PEPFAR 20 years ago, for the United States, doing more than anybody else is not the same as doing enough. We've got to increase investments in projects like YALI that strengthen our connectivity through diaspora, and we have to increase our investment in Forum, where our diaspora have the ability to take up agency, to lean in hard in things like the African Union's Project 2063. I just returned from Geneva, where I joined the Africa Diaspora Forum to really strengthen connectivity on economic growth and human rights durability on the continent. That matters for how we lead in not just in government, but in business spaces as well. So I just really think that this forum is extraordinarily important and an opportunity to increase private sector partnership and to tie in directly to institutions of higher learning on the African continent. There's a dearth of investment in higher education in Africa, and if we properly partner and tie up our research centers in HBCUs with the opportunities that exist in the continent, it's going to make a difference on both sides of the Atlantic.
So Ambassador Gaspard isn't the only one doing the partnerships. Mary is too. Mary, you have your own nonprofit investing in Kakuma Refugee Camp, where again I said I visited it. I'm amazed. I want everybody to hear your own words. Quote, she says why she did it: "For the child of war, an education can turn their tears of loss into a passion for peace." How beautiful as a thematic for your nonprofit. What is it? What are you trying to accomplish?
I graduated high school in 2015, and again, I cannot afford loans or anything like that. I'm a refugee. I don't even have a bank account or anything to be able to get accepted into any university. So I go back to the camp and I become a teacher. And every time I come to the classroom, the students are like, "Why aren't you in school?" They see the dead end. They know that it exists. I finally get accepted into a scholarship in 2019 to go to St. Olaf in Minnesota. That is 4 years after high school. Hope is such a strong thing, but over time it diminishes, right? And for the first time when I entered into a classroom at St. Olaf, I went to the library and we have all these books, okay? And there are grants that I could apply for. I was hungry for opportunities. And I know like so many kids were hungry for opportunities too. So as a freshman, me and my other 3 co-founders, we decided we are going to start Elimisha Kakuma, which means educate Kakuma. And we wanted to pilot, of course, during the pandemic, 5 students, 100 applied. And we were torn, everyone with a story to tell. We ended up taking 12. They all got accepted into universities, into Ivy Leagues, into Dartmouth, into UC Berkeley, into Amherst University. And it was an opportunity for these kids to dream. Currently, the first cohort they're becoming juniors, like by September, and we've been able to place 30 students. Of course, we're a small organization. Everyone is volunteering, over 40 of us all over the world. But you can imagine the ripple effect that gets to create. There's one of our students that goes to University of Calgary in Canada, started her own nonprofit, which is Kakuma Empowerment Program, currently mentoring over 500 girls within the camp. See the ripple effects. I want to be able to create the ripples. How many universities do we have in the United States? Over 400,000. If each university could take 1 refugee, you can imagine the amount of hope that you are planting in every country, right? So the United Nations, UNHCR has this verdict of 15 by 30 to be able to create opportunities for at least 15% of refugees to be able to access tertiary education by 2030. To be able to access that, it starts with me as a refugee. What about you? Can you all join us in that table to create these ripples? It's the little glimpse of light.
Everybody think of your alma mater and everybody take 1. That's our challenge for today. Mary, we're on. All right, we have time for just one quick question for each of you, and they're a little disconnected, but they're all going to go back to this next generation. Senator, 60% of the continent is disconnected from the internet, digital divide. What do we need to do about it?
This is an initiative that Vice President Harris spoke about when we traveled to Ghana together last year. There is a digital transformation of Africa initiative that the Biden-Harris administration is leading and that I am working to codify in the United States Senate. Improving access to the internet, improving access to mobile banking, to mobile education, and to opportunity, so that, frankly, the digital divide doesn't become broader. The digitization of the global economy is also going to demand a dramatic increase in the number of digital capable workers. And countries like Kenya and Ethiopia have the opportunity, because they are English-speaking countries that have strong education systems and are interested in connecting with the United States, just to pick two examples. We've got opportunities to partner, and through that partnership to deliver remote education, telemedicine, and new opportunities for this century for folks in the United States and in Africa.
Ambassador Gaspard, how important is it that the AU is now a permanent member of the G20? South Africa is hosting the G20. How important is this?
I'll give you the quick response to that, but first I'm going to say that those of us from other states are incredibly envious that you get to have Chris Coons as your senator. I suspect, I actually suspect that this is not really the senator, it's a hologram of him, and he's actually somewhere on the African continent, even as we're speaking now. It's actually really important that the AU is a member of the G20 at this moment to bring to bear all of the reform and transformation that's necessary in our global economic architecture. It has to happen at the G20. I hate to say this, but the G20 is seen as a much more credible space for maneuvering and the agency of voices of the Global South than the UN is these days. Most of our architecture around the economy is obsolete. The presence of more African nations in that space is absolutely vital, particularly at a moment when we're thinking about what the new energy economy of the future needs to look like. Africa has something like 60% of all the renewable energy assets and somewhere in the order of 50% of the minerals that we need to reduce our carbon footprint on this planet. How all of that is managed, invested in, and leveraged to the power of Africa is going to happen in the G20 space. I'm excited for the Global South in that Brazil gets to chair the G20 now and then South Africa next year, but we have to make sure we bring some substance to that chairmanship beyond the symbolism. I think that the African free trade area, which when linked up is going to have a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion, will be catalytic as part of the reform work at the G20.
Mary, we're going to give you the last word. This is going to be hard because I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What is giving you hope right now?
The young people, they're hungry for opportunity. They're hungry for change every single day.
You are an inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Senator Coons once again for this part of the conversation. Ambassador Gaspard and Mary Mitchell, our Good Word ambassador. Thank you all. And join me in welcoming our friend from Johnson & Johnson, Catherine Wengler. Wingle, I'm sorry. I missed that one.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Wengel. I'm an executive committee member at Johnson & Johnson, a very proud American company for more than 138 years. I am very sorry we are not a Delaware-based company, but we are a close neighbor in New Jersey. And I also serve as the current board chair for the National Association of Manufacturers, representing tens of thousands of American manufacturers who also support important initiatives like this and supporting the globe. Johnson & Johnson is thrilled to serve as a sponsor of today's Mid-Atlantic Summit because as the world's largest healthcare company, we believe that healthcare is a human right, no matter where you live. And we believe, in particular for this next topic, that human health can only thrive if we have a healthy planet. Johnson & Johnson has set publicly facing environmental and climate goals for more than a quarter century. And we believe it is critical for governments, NGOs, and the private sector to work together to deliver positive change. Exemplifying this, it's my true privilege to introduce our next conversation on how the U.S. government and private sector partners, through diplomacy and development partnerships, are driving global climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience, and sustainability. We will be joined again by Senator Chris Coons, who serves as co-chair of the bipartisan Senate Climate Solutions Caucus. In addition, it's our pleasure to have with us Jose Fernandez, who's Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment, leading the State Department's bureaus and offices that stand at the center of the Biden-Harris administration's efforts on climate change, clean energy, health, supply chain security, and other economic priorities. We also have Dr. Yushan Yan, the CEO of Versogen, and the Henry DuPont Chair of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering, and the founding director of the Center for Clean Hydrogen at the University of Delaware. And moderating the conversation will be Colin O'Mara, who's president and CEO of the National Wildlife Federation and the co-chair of the Mid-Atlantic Clean Hydrogen Hub. Please join me in welcoming our panelists up to the stage.
Well, Catherine, thank you very much for the kind introductions of everyone. And it's just a treat to be with everybody today. This is a topic that's going to be, fairly heavy. Over the last few years, we've seen accelerating climate impacts all over the world. And one of the things that we're seeing more and more of is how it's exacerbating disparities, particularly from kind of developed economies versus emerging economies all across the country. There was a study by Stanford just a few years ago that looked at kind of climate impacts actually increasing disparities by more than 25% around the globe. And this is particularly heartbreaking because the places and spaces that are getting hit first and worst all around the world are the same places that contribute the fewest emissions to the overall mass balance. And so these inequities globally are accelerating right now and being exacerbated through floods, through drought, through less arable land, massive challenges on the food supply. To set the stage a little bit for this conversation, we're really going to talk about the international dimension and kind of how the Mid-Atlantic and Delaware specifically can help contribute to solutions around the globe. We've seen countries around the globe adopt very ambitious goals, net zero emission kind of reduction goals by 2040, 2050, making sure they have 100% clean electricity, all these kind of standards. But the chasm between the aspiration and the actual action on the ground right now is pretty vast. The U.S. just passed the largest climate investment package ever in the Inflation Reduction Act, thanks to Senator Coons' incredible work kind of behind the scenes in the Democratic caucus to get that across the finish line. How we get those projects on the ground is going to be incredibly important. How we take those technologies that are innovated here and deploy them around the globe is going to be equally important. And so, as we're setting the stage for today, not to have too dark a note, but the consequences are dire of inaction. Thinking about the disparities economically, the health consequences, right now we're looking at potentially 250,000 deaths a year as we're seeing, increased temperatures accelerate the rates of things like malaria and different diseases. It's estimated that as much as 1 billion people could be infected from different kinds of pandemics and different diseases that would be more fluid on the landscape, kind of moving more rapidly, mutating more quickly by 2050. You throw on top of that the national security implications, and the World Bank has estimated that 216 million people could be displaced from climate disasters in their countries by 2050. You look at the impacts on having land that becomes increasingly desert, and the arable land being reduced, the impacts on freshwater supplies, impacts on protein sources. The consequences are dire. And so with that, You know, and obviously as a wildlife guy, also the ecological pieces are pretty scary, right? When you're looking at, you know, more than 1 million species at risk of extinction if we don't take bold action. And so each of you, in your own ways, sit at the center of this global response to climate change. And we're going to look forward to hearing about your kind of incredible work to address the climate crisis and to build resilient communities. So, Undersecretary Fernandez, first of all, thank you for joining us. I can only imagine the constraints on your time. I want to start talking about local connectivity and subnational diplomacy. Sometimes the State Department can feel removed from local communities. But your bureau has subnational diplomacy unit that has state and local officials to connect the benefits of U.S. foreign policy, jobs, investment, and partnerships to local communities. Recently, you were in Atlanta with the senator here to learn about local businesses, working with global partners on the clean energy transition. And so I have two questions to start. The first one is kind of help us connect the dots. So, you know, why does clean energy and climate action matter for America's development and diplomatic work around the world? And second, how is the State Department accelerating locally led climate action, including in the Mid-Atlantic, to create a climate resilient future?
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. And I'm delighted to be here with all of you, and especially with Senator Coons, we could talk climate, we could talk economic coercion, we could talk AGOA, we could talk critical minerals. And he's been a thought leader on all of these and actually a supporter of a lot of the work we do. So thank you. Briefly, climate change is affecting not only lives and properties, but it's also affecting everything that we do on the foreign policy side. We've seen it already undermining stability in countries around the world. Just to give you a few, Central America, look what's happened with the flooding, with agriculture that's leading for people to have to leave their countries. The NSA has called climate change the existential challenge of our time. And we've got to take action before this leads to irreversible damage. Folks, once we get to 1.5, it's going to be really hard to get back into a much more livable world. So we're working, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, on a number of initiatives. But something that I always, in my job, that I try and highlight is the fact that this is not only a challenge, strategic challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And it's an opportunity to lead on technology. It's an opportunity to do what the world has been asking the U.S. to do, which is not only to talk about climate change, but also to walk it. And the Inflation Reduction Act, Colin, you noted that. That's $369 billion in investments that we're making right now in solar panels and wind energy and green hydrogen. And we've got a good example here in the Mid-Atlantic, in Delaware on green hydrogen. And I think when the reason I went to Atlanta is to really highlight the fact that this is creating jobs. The state of Georgia already has received $12 billion in the first 2 years of the Inflation Reduction Act. Should I start from the beginning? I'm sorry. I'm getting to the state of Georgia and the Inflation Reduction Act. Christ, this is a huge difference in the sound. The state of Georgia Inflation Reduction Act has already brought $12 billion in the first 2 years. It's created over 17,000 jobs. The Inflation Reduction Act in its first 2 years nationwide is responsible for creating over 200,000 jobs, $350 billion worth of investments. So the point that I've been making is this is not only a strategic imperative to walk the talk, but also it's also a business opportunity. It's also an opportunity to create good jobs. That's what brought me to the state of Georgia, and I think that's a good example of what we're trying to do to deal with a crisis that not only affects lives, affects properties, but it is also the existential crisis of our time.
Thank you, Undersecretary. And that's kind of a perfect segue. So, when President Biden talks about climate, he always says, when I think of climate, I think of jobs. And so, I think, I'm going to turn over to Senator Coons and to Dr. Yan. I want to follow kind of where you left off, and kind of talking specifically about Delaware and this region, how we have a special role in driving the clean energy transition. We were fortunate because of Senator Coons' leadership and Yushan's leadership to be named one of the hydrogen hubs, one of the 7 in the region, and so the Mid-Atlantic Clean Hydrogen Hub. That's Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. The University of Delaware was recently named the new Center for Clean Hydrogen. And obviously, we've been a leader in offshore wind for a long time. So first to you, Senator, what makes Delaware a national leader in clean energy? What do you think it means for the state's businesses? What does it mean for universities and for our global climate goals?
Thank you, Colin. Thanks for what you do leading the National Wildlife Federation. And thank you, Undersecretary, for what you're doing to help accelerate the implementation. $369 billion is how much the Inflation Reduction Act was initially described as investing in the clean energy transition. It's actually going to be more like $1 trillion. It is the single largest investment in the clean energy transition of any country on Earth, and Delaware has a chance to be at the forefront because of our technology history here. Many of us grew up with DuPont as sort of the iconic innovation leader of Delaware. There are today a half dozen companies here in Delaware that are critical to the clean energy transition, whether because of materials that go into the things that will make the next generation of cleaner, renewable energy, wind farms and solar, or because of companies that have membranes that will help produce green hydrogen. And Colin is one of the leaders in the Mid-Atlantic Green Hydrogen Hub called Mach2. We received a $750 million grant from the federal government to help our oil refinery in Delaware City, 2 other oil refineries, one in New Jersey, one in southeastern Pennsylvania, and a dozen different organizations and companies to make this transition towards a more sustainable fuel for the future. That's green hydrogen, and it's partly because of the legacy in fluoropolymers of companies like Chemours, which is a former division of DuPont, and newer innovative startup companies that are bringing new solutions to the market. This is a critical moment for the world. We are either going to change how we generate and consume power, or we're going to cook. And bluntly, as you laid out with a lot of details at the beginning, it's a very simple choice. And we've got a fairly simple obligation, which is to leave our children and grandchildren a habitable planet, and Delaware can play a central part in that transition.
No, thank you, Senator. Yeah, inaction is not an option in this case. Yushan, can you talk to the audience about the innovations at the center, and kind of how you're accelerating clean energy through the transition, some of the external partnerships, some of the uses of the technology, to really maximize the impact of the innovation that's starting at UD and hopefully changing the world.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Colin. First, I'm honored to share the stage with Senator Coons and Undersecretary Fernandez to talk about something that is really exciting to me, fighting climate change with clean hydrogen in the context of promoting peace, security, and prosperity. I want to expand what Senator Coons just said. Green hydrogen. So what is green hydrogen? Green hydrogen is you have a electrolyzer, you put water in there, you put electricity in there, and you produce hydrogen. If the electricity is clean, like solar and wind, and that will be green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is very important, but what I want to say is the key component in the electrolyzer stack is this magic polymer membrane. And if you look at Delaware, DuPont is the inventing company for Nafion. This is the proton conducting membrane. Now, Chemours has it. If you look at Gore as a company, they make reinforced membranes. And if you look at the small company, the startup I'm leading, Versogen, it does this hydroxide conducting membranes. So I want to say, as a proud Delawarean, Delaware is the undisputed capital of ion exchange membranes. And that is at the center of green hydrogen generation. That's why we're very excited to have the Mark II in here. But before I go on to talk about the center, I want to share a little story. I came to the University of Delaware 13 years ago. I was naive enough to put together a National Science Foundation proposal of $20 million before I came. And we did well, went to the final steps after many steps. And the final step was a team from National Science Foundation coming over to interview us. And somehow Senator Coons learned the news. And he said, can I come over to participate, to present in the review process? So I went to the National Science Foundation. I said, can our senator come? And they said no. Because the other 10 teams can't get their senator to participate. So in case you're a company not in Delaware yet, I think there's still time. All right, now coming back to the center, what we're trying to do is, by the way, the center is a partnership of the University of Delaware and Chemours and Plug Power and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. So it's a partnership. It was born in a conversation I had with a friend at Chemours. So essentially, we said to ourselves, clean hydrogen is necessary for deep decarbonization. And the cost has to come down. Many companies in the supply chain, value chain will come into the space, but majority of them are going to be component makers, even Chemours. They're just making a membrane, which is one of the many parts in the stack. And these companies won't be able to justify to put down many $1 million of investment, having a building, wait for 3 years to test their component. So what we wanted to do is filling this national, international gap. This will help the companies to make the informed decisions, to do the heavy investment they need, and succeed and go to market. So I'll stop here. Colin. Yeah.
Well, and just for those of you that aren't as deep into the kind of hydrogen conversations, the old way we made hydrogen was taking natural gas, taking the methane molecule and blowing apart the carbon from the hydrogen. What Yushan's technology and the other technologies innovated here in Delaware allow us to take the water molecule, the H2O, and then split apart the hydrogen from basically the water vapor. So it's much, much cleaner. You use renewable energy to do it, all of a sudden you have a clean kind of virtuous loop. So it's just amazing, the innovation. And it was a steal when Yushan was brought here from Cal Riverside 12 years ago, 13 years ago, to help complete this ecosystem that Senator Coons has been saying. And I think under Senator Coons' leadership, not only was he the only senator that offered to be part of that NSF process, he's the only one that would have understood any of it. And he should be able to talk about it intelligently. So it's great to have the only chemist in the U.S. Senate from our delegation. So I want to turn to trade. And you've talked a lot about trade. And you recently said, the trade rules of the last 3 decades are often sharply at odds with our environmental exigencies of today. We need to make climate a trade policy priority. And the White House is trying. The White House has made some moves. So how do you think climate change is impacting international trade? How does that impact our economy here at home? The White House just launched their task force, trying to promote climate-friendly trade. You've been trying to lead on the border climate, on the climate border adjustment. How does this work in practice, and how do we make sure that Delaware benefits?
I'm going to try and briefly explain, I think, one of the biggest concepts many of us working on. Let me try to be simple. Here's the depressing reality. Everything that the European Union, the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States, everything that we're doing to reduce our emissions will be swamped by the rapidly growing emissions of India and China. India and China are building more new coal-fired power plants that are burning dirty coal and pumping emissions into the air than we are reducing our emissions by. And over time, if we can't change that trajectory, there's no positive path forward for combating climate change, A. be. As much as I love John Kerry, our former secretary and my former colleague, no amount of nice talk at conferences in Paris is going to change the development trajectory of a country like India that has a rapidly growing population and abundant, cheap coal. They say, I've sat in New Delhi with the relevant minister, and he said, you built out your country on coal and you industrialized? How dare you tell us how we should industrialize? You need to give us a better alternative. There are better alternatives. There are inventions and developments of new technology being made here in Delaware that we can and should license, but we need the force of the market to drive the adoption of this. The European Union has something called a Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Today is full of acronyms. The CBAM, which is law and is being implemented. And it will impose steep tariffs on the dirty emissions associated with steel, aluminum, glass, fertilizer, heavy industrial products being exported from China and India into Europe. We don't have a comparable mechanism, but we do have a path towards having a common low emissions community between the EU, UK, Canada, US, Mexico, Australia, Japan, South Korea. Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, of whom I'm quite fond,
Doppelganger.
who I resemble somewhat, I'm told, has talked at the G7 about a global carbon club. If all of these countries which share our democratic and open economy traditions were to jointly adopt this approach, we will impose tariffs on things imported into our countries that are high emissions, and we will not impose tariffs on things that are low emissions. We could create, because that's the majority of the world's economy. The overwhelming majority of the world's economy is these countries. That would create the market driver that would force China and India to dramatically reduce their emissions. The combination of making available licensed, not stolen, licensed technology invented in the United States and in Europe, and providing that trade-driven market driver. If we can accomplish that, we can tip the needle. And a Republican senator from North Dakota, Kevin Cramer, and I have introduced a bipartisan bill called the Prove It Act to prove that American steel and aluminum and glass is low emission because of the existing regulatory regime that the EPA imposes that our industries have to meet. Chinese, Indian, and Russian exports of oil, gas, and these heavy industrial products are very high emissions. So the start towards this global approach is to gather the data and to harmonize our systems. And we are working on that between the Biden administration and our partners in Europe through the Partnership for Green Steel and Aluminum.
No, and I'm really grateful, Senator, that you brought up your leadership with Republicans on this. This isn't theoretical. I mean, and the nice thing is that it aligns our economic interests around rebuilding America's manufacturing base with our climate goals internationally. So it's really a real win-win. And just so all of you know, watching the Senator, working with Kevin Cramer, working with the Louisiana delegation, other places, trying to find a bipartisan solution, that's not that far off. I mean, we actually could get there, in the next, maybe even this Congress, at a time when they can't agree on much. I'm always the optimist. Undersecretary Fernandez, I want to talk about public-private partnerships. And no country can solve the climate crisis alone, as the Senator just mentioned. We know we must mobilize a whole-of-world approach. Last year, the State Department recognized that the Contegra biotechnology, for its work producing pyrethrum, a climate change-resistant crop that's contributing to a greener, healthier world and supporting thousands of small household farmers in East Africa. How does the State Department work with these private sector partners and nonprofits to address the climate crisis and propel green energy and agriculture forward around the globe?
Thanks. Look, the private sector is fundamental to what we're trying to do on the climate side. I always say that the private sector can be the best ambassador, is the best ambassador for U.S. values, and it's also our competitive advantage. And Senator Coons just mentioned that the Inflation Reduction Act, $369 billion of investments, is expected to lead to $1 trillion worth of investments. That means that 2/3 of the amount that will be spent will be from the private sector. So what we're trying to do is to find ways to encourage and to bolster the private sector in what we're trying to do. We've got a bunch of initiatives that I could go through. We've got one called the First Movers Coalition that's intended to promote private company purchasing of clean energy. We've been able to raise $16 billion. We just created something called Minvest, which is a way for us to bring critical mineral producing nations together with companies that want to buy critical minerals. We're going to need critical minerals in order for us to achieve our energy goals. What we did recently with Contegra is basically to highlight the kind of private sector work that's happening not only in the U.S., but in this case in Kenya. A company that is promoting a technology that will help 90,000 farmers in Kenya and to grow a climate resistant cash crop in the country. Those are the kinds of things, and I could go on in terms of initiatives, but we've got to galvanize the private sector, and that's what we're trying to do on the climate front.
Thank you, Undersecretary. And it's incredible work. And so as we talk about these domestic investments, the international investments are equally important to kind of create these markets. And that leads to my next question for you, Senator Coons, which is financing. A big question for climate change is how we finance the solutions, because they have long-term savings, but they often have big upfront costs. Last week, the World Bank president announced that the bank will double its annual investment in spending on increasing energy access and power generation, meeting its goals of providing affordable electricity for 250 million people across Africa by 2030. He also noted that there's a $25 billion gap in public financing to meet this target. How do we address these huge gaps in climate financing between these ambitious goals that we have and the shortfalls in climate financing, especially when we know there's savings that we need to figure out a way to monetize?
I was just in New York meeting with the senior leadership of BlackRock. Some of you are familiar with BlackRock because they also have operations here in Delaware. But they have literally trillions of dollars under management. They represent some of the largest pension funds in the United States. They have very patient capital, but they are looking for returns. Scott Nathan, who was just up here on the last panel from the Development Finance Corporation, provides de-risking, first loss capital positions through the DFC that allows companies like BlackRock to deploy multiples of what the US government is deploying. So if the DFC ultimately has and is authorized to have $60 billion in investments, that should be able to leverage $600 billion in investments. And companies like BlackRock are very bullish on the growth opportunities in Africa, and in particularly the growth opportunities in clean energy, but they need help reducing the market risk, because some of the countries that they're looking at investing in have not, over the last decade, been stable and do not have the same commitment persistently to rule of law as some more traditional investment targets. That de-risking is what makes possible the work that Runa was talking about earlier. So there is a critical role for the public sector in both helping put deals together and helping advise the companies and countries that are doing them. But without private sector capital, this will not happen at scale. Brief story about Malawi that I recently visited. The overwhelming majority of people in Malawi have no access to electricity. It's been a long time, I suspect, since most of us in this room have lived in a place where there was no electricity. But the DFC has just financed a large solar power project that'll deliver electricity to 10% of the country. It's a country that has has a lot of open available land for development, a lot of sunshine, and the combination of storage batteries and solar cells and financing will make access to electricity possible, which then unlocks a whole next level of development for the broader community around that part of Malawi.
It's fantastic. Yushan, so financing is a piece of the equation. Another piece is the workforce and the training. You've been helping lead the efforts for the Mid-Atlantic Clean Hydrogen Hub, thinking through workforce development, thinking the skills we're going to need across the entire supply chain. I'd like you to talk a little bit about those efforts, and then also the impacts they have locally, but also the impacts they have globally, and how we can help make sure that folks have the skills to implement these projects, not just here in the Mid-Atlantic, but around the globe.
Thank you, Colin. I think I want to begin to talk about the opportunity. I'm an entrepreneur. I see everything through the lens of opportunity. If you look at the sub-Sahara Africa, like Senator Coons just mentioned, there's a lot of people who don't really have access of electricity or reliable electricity. So it's a challenge. But it's a huge opportunity. I think they can leapfrog the conventional energy systems we went through in the past 100 years and go straight to renewable energy like solar and wind. And they have a lot of solar resources. And once they have that, they can have a distributed system instead of a centralized system. That will give them reliability, resilience, and then they can produce hydrogen. My favorite element or gas. By the way, this is the first element, and this is the first state. So there's nothing better than that. And I think if you look at the predictions by IEA or some other consulting firms, like I said, green hydrogen is necessary, and Africa can export hydrogen through pipelines to Europe. They can make green fertilizers, and they can export green fertilizers for the first time. If you look at farming, the most expensive fertilizers are in Africa. And they are the one needing the most, but applying the least because it's too expensive. So this is really going to help the food security. Now, coming back to the workforce question, hydrogen is a new industry. It's growing. So we do need new type of engineers. We need new type of technicians and operators. They need to be fully trained for hydrogen safety. And the Center for Clean Hydrogen is leading the effort in the region. We're aiming to lead the nation, lead the globe in these areas. And I can imagine at some point of time, we can help, people in those countries to get trained for the hydrogen and clean energy technologies.
Thank you, Yushan. And I do like this idea of the first element helping the first state become the first state of the 21st century. You're onto something on your marketing side. Senator Coons, you've been leading the efforts to kind of reform the Development Finance Corporation. It's an important tool to advance our goals. It's an important tool to be able to combat the way that China has been pushing the transition with the China Development Bank. You've been working with John Cornyn on this, with Senator Cornyn from Texas. Can you talk a little bit about your bill, kind of what opportunities you see, how it advances our climate goals and creates a bigger impact, how it could create a bigger impact around the world?
This is a technical point, but one that has huge power. Because of obscure budget scoring rules by OMB, which is the most important and powerful federal entity you've never heard of and don't understand. It's the gatekeeper, it's the mother may I, it's the no you can't do that of the executive branch. OMB basically is holding the DFC back. The DFC is making investments in dozens and dozens of businesses. And OMB is saying, we will assume that every one of those investments fails. So they are scoring, for budget purposes, every dime that the DFC invests as a complete failure. And saying we have to wait for a decade of experience before we review that. That's nuts. And so John Cornyn, who's a conservative Republican from Texas, and I have introduced a bill that will fix this scoring problem in a way that is, I think, financially sound. The GAO and OMB have relented for the moment. And we almost got it in the defense authorization bill last year. It was cleared by basically 7 out of the 8 key senior leadership, but it is a maddening, steady slog to try and get this done. Bob Corker, senator from Tennessee, and I wrote the bill that created the DFC. And as we were walking to the floor, Bob changed his mind about whether it should get $100 billion or $60 billion. He called me 2 years ago and said, you know, I might have overperformed there. Because the demands for this new tool for financing around the world are so robust. We are doing a lot with it, but we need to unleash its potential so we can expand it. I'm optimistic because Senator Cornyn is a very senior Republican. The administration has finally come around to backing it. I am optimistic we can get this done in the NDAA this year.
It's amazing, and for those of you in the room, I mean, these kind of tools are just game changers around the world. I mean, they're technical and they're a little nerdy, but they have explosive potential around the world. Undersecretary Fernandez, I want to talk about critical minerals. It's kind of come up in actually multiple panels at this point. The critical mineral supply chain as a part of our clean energy transition is essential. It's a focal point in Congress. There's been a lot of debate and in the administration. You've identified 3 specific challenges related to critical minerals. The first is the limited production capacity. The second is the concentrated supply in single countries, some of which are not allies. And then the extraction and production practices that can harm our environment. Can you just discuss how the State Department's thinking about this? You're working addressing kind of the safeguarding of critical mineral extraction, but also the importance of having secure supply chains for our clean energy transition and around the world.
Thanks, Colin. Look,
in 1 minute, so.
Yeah, at least you can hear me, right? We have a need and we have a problem. The need is we're going to have to, in order for us to reach our clean energy goals, we're going to have to increase the amount of critical minerals that we use exponentially. Just to give you an example, 42 times the amount of lithium that we use today we'll need by 2050 if we meet our energy goals. You can say the same 25 times manganese, 25 times cobalt. That's our need. Our problem is that right now, 2/3 of critical minerals are either produced or processed by China. In some cases, it's 100% graphite. 100% of the world's graphite is controlled by China. That is a problem. So what have we done? We've created a group of 14 countries plus the European Union that comprise about 55% of the world's GDP to work together on sharing information about projects worldwide, investing and financing these projects, recycling. Recycling in about 10 years will be 10% of the critical minerals trade because batteries will be recycled. And lastly, and this is, I think, our competitive advantage, we are promoting high ESG principles because what's happening now is that communities are opposing, in many cases around the world, are opposing critical mineral projects because communities don't benefit from them. The miners bring in foreign labor. The countries need to choose between environmental degradation and economic prosperity. And so our competitive advantage, our secret sauce, is to basically work with these countries to do mining right. We've been successful in a year, which is lightning speed in the mining sector. We've been able to bring 6 projects over the finish line. We have about 24 projects that we're working on. Not all of those will succeed, but if we can move the needle, I think we'll start to address what I think is a critical vulnerability in supply chains, and that is critical minerals.
Thank you so much, and absolutely. I mean, it's the key to unlocking the future. This is a panel with a lot of information. I hope folks do recognize the incredible leadership role that Delaware is and can play. I would like to thank Senator Coons for his incredible leadership on climate around the globe. I'd like to thank Undersecretary Fernandez for joining us today, and Dr. Yushan Yen. And I hope this panel does leave you more optimistic about the future and the role we can play. We're going to take a short break right now before our closing plenary session. Please stretch your legs, visit the expo, visit with each other, and then come back here to enjoy lunch at 12:10 still? At 12:10. And our closing session on tackling the global food security crisis will be underway. So thank you very much for this panel.
Hello, everyone. While you're enjoying lunch, can I get your attention? You can keep eating, but I'm going to invite you to join us back on stage. And welcome back our online community. Hope you got a chance to grab something for lunch. So I hope during the break, you had a chance to connect with this incredible community that Senator Coons and his team have brought us together. And let's take this moment to thank those that have helped put this together. The Senator Coons staff, the USGLC staff, and the wonderful team from Hotel DuPont. So what a morning we have already had to have this incredible richness of conversation around spurring economic development in Africa, what it means to engage the next generation in Africa and beyond, taking a look at climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience, and sustainability. And now it's been pretty inspirational. But now, Martha, you're going to take us through the hard stuff, because we are going to turn to rising global food security crisis. But lucky for us, we have such a distinguished panel of experts. Now, as you've already learned, the full bios, you can look at the QR code because they're pretty extraordinary. But I get the pleasure to just give you a taste of who you are about to meet. Of course, Senator Coons will come back on the stage, but he's going to be joined by some exceptional individuals. Ambassador Oksana Markarova is no stranger to anyone if you just turn on the television for a moment. But she is one of my favorite people in Washington, D.C., a true superstar who serves as Ukraine's ambassador to the United States, and over the past 2 years has been an unabashed, unrelenting advocate for freedom, democracy, and her own country. And I know how proud Senator Coons and I are to have her grace our stage today. She's joined by Governor David Beasley, who served with such distinction and skill as the executive director of the UN World Food Program from 2017 to 2023. Now, I think Governor Beasley's greatest honor was accepting the USGLC's Global Leadership Award a few years ago, but I guess it probably was accepting the Nobel Peace Prize for the World Food Program. But he has fought tirelessly for global hunger, and when he got accepted the Nobel Peace Prize award, it was because he has fought to make sure food would never be a weapon for war. Brian Sykes will join and fill out our panel. Brian serves as the board chair, the president and CEO of Cargill, America's Global Food Corporation. We're so proud at USGLC that Cargill serves as a member of our board of directors and chairs an incredible initiative for us, the Heartland Partnership. Martha Raddatz is somebody, again, I think all of you know. A longtime friend of USGLC. She's going to moderate the panel and serves as the distinguished chief global affairs correspondent for ABC News. And I am one that is so grateful that she brings her brilliance to cover some of the most complex, challenging, dangerous often places and theaters in the international arena. Please welcome our distinguished panel.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm just going to warn you, I might lose my voice halfway through because of the dreadful, dreadful allergies in Washington, D.C., and now in Delaware, which seems even worse, I have to say. It is really a pleasure to be with this distinguished panel and talk about something that I'm deeply interested as well. If you can't hear anybody, kind of raise your hands, because I know we have to keep your mics really close. Is that better? You would think I would know how to do this, but we'll do okay. So let me set the stage here by saying the intelligence community's recently released this annual threat assessment that said the United States faces an increasingly fragile global order and that an ambitious but anxious China, a confrontational Russia, some regional powers such as Iran, and more capable non-state actors are challenging longstanding rules of the international system as well as U.S. primacy. I've seen this up close. These people have all seen this up close. There are red lights flashing everywhere. But we want to focus on food insecurity. It contributes to and results from many of the national security challenges: poverty, migration, and of course, global conflicts, pushing more countries to the brink of famine. 42 million people in 45 countries are on the brink of famine: the war in Ukraine, Gaza, Yemen, Sudan, and Syria. So, Senator Coons, round one. Let's talk about that. You wrote a very powerful op-ed recently with Ambassador Cindy McCain, who leads the World Food Program now, saying we must not settle for a world half-fed and half-hungry. If we do not feed hungry people, we feed instability and chaos that will reverberate back home. Talk about why you see fighting global food insecurity as part of national security.
Well, thank you, Martha, and thank you to this incredible panel, to my brother David Beasley, winner of the Nobel Prize, to the ambassador from Ukraine, to Brian, the CEO of Cargill, and to you, Martha, for facilitating. And thanks, folks, for staying with us for an entire day, for investing your day in hearing about how Delaware connects to the world. Martha's question is, how is food security national security? At the end of the day, it would seem obvious to me, but it is not obvious to all in Congress, that a hungry world is an unstable world, a world without hope, a world that is desperate, and a world that is angry. We heard earlier from Mary, who grew up partly in a refugee camp in Kakuma in northwestern Kenya. When I was there last August, World Food Program was announcing, along with UNHCR, that because of the drop in contributions, they were cutting back rations to 2/3. And they had me sit in front of a circle of mothers and their children as they looked at me and said, Senator, how can the United States knowingly cut back when all we get all week is a cup of corn, a cup of millet, a cup of rice, a little sugar, a little salt? They laid out what we, through World Food Program, give to a family of 4 for a week, and then took 1/3 of it away and said, this is what we have left to feed our already too hungry children. If we want a generation to grow up desperate, angry, and radicalized, cutting their food rations is a great way to accomplish that goal. And if we want a world full of inspiring and optimistic people like Mary, if we want nations to find their way out of conflict like Ukraine, if we want companies that are connected to Delaware and the world to prosper, we have to have a world where food security is seen as a central part of our national security.
I want to say quickly that the first international story I ever did was in 1984, and it was with Senator Ted Kennedy, and we went to Ethiopia during a famine. So that has always stayed with me, and I've certainly seen it many times since. Governor Beasley, you've been to some places all over the world where food insecurity is at its worst. I think you and I ran into each other in Kyiv. We were deciding, we couldn't decide where it was in the world, but we landed on Kyiv. Talk about the impact you've seen and what that means going forward.
You know, Senator Coons clearly gets it. I mean, the Democrat and Republican fighting that takes place in Washington, that they lay aside those weapons when it comes to food security. It's a beautiful thing. It's remarkable. And I get this question all over the world. Doesn't matter whether it's in the Bundestag of Germany or the Parliament of UK or in the United States House or the United States Senate. Why should I send money down to Chad or Guatemala when I have health care funding needs in the United States, education funding needs, infrastructure needs, whatever it may be? And I say, if you're not going to do it out of the goodness of your heart, then you better do it out of your national security interest and your financial interest, because it's going to cost you 1,000 times more. And I can give you example after example after example. We were feeding 160 million people the last year I was at the World Food Program. When you feed 160 million people, not one meal, but every day, if I fed everybody in this room, in your town, every day for 2 years, I know what's going on in your town. I know who's sleeping with who, and I know what's about to take place. I say that because we know in advance when a nation's about to destabilize. And when you cut food, you're going to have destabilization in addition to famine and starvation, but you're going to have mass migration. The reason we did not have mass migration the last few years, in spite of everything, was because the United States led the way, providing the food security we needed to give people hope back home. The Washington Post did an article a couple years ago. I was down in Guatemala, and it was an article about children's shelters along the United States border. A cost of $3,750 per child per week. I can have a resilient, sustainable program for $1 a week for that child. There's not an option C. So I don't care how radically conservative you are, there's option A, $3,750 a week. Option B, $1 a week. There's not an option C. So, Mr. Conservative or Mr. Anti-Foreign Aid, which one do you want? Oh, I want the $1 a week. Okay, then we've got somewhere. Because food security is why the Nobel Peace Prize was given to the World Food Program, because they saw, number one, thank you for the men and women that lay their lives on the line every day out there in horrible circumstances, whether it's Gaza or Sudan or Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, I can go on and on. But they also were sending a message that food security is critical to stability and peace around the world. And so, anyway, thank you for allowing. Senator sent me a text last week, and I'm like, wherever he wants, you know, everybody loves Senator Coons. Even his mother loves Senator Coons. But, Senator, thank you for the leadership.
Tell us where you're watching most closely now. What country, what area?
I wish I could say it was just one or two, but it's all over the planet right now. The Middle East is about to explode, not just Gaza, but Syria. The food security, what Senator Coons was saying a little while ago, because my last year we had $14 billion we raised. We were raising like $39 million a day. And my goal was to put the World Food Program out of business when I took the job. I thought we could. But it got worse and worse. Why? Man-made conflict, compounded by climate shocks. And then the breadbasket of the world, Ukraine, and COVID. On top of all this, creating all this distressed debt around the world. And the populations out there are on edge, from Central America, not just Haiti, South America, Northern Africa, all over Africa now, but because of debt and all these factors compounded together, but because the United States, especially the United States, stepped up, we were able to avoid so many problems. But, as Senator Coons was saying, the World Food Program, because of needs growing higher and funding cuts, they've been cutting food for the poorest of the poor in places like Niger and Mali, Burkina Faso and Chad, where you've got ISIS and Al-Qaeda who are taking advantage, exploiting the situation, hoping for another wave of migration to infiltrate. And so what the Senate and the House just did, led by Senator Coons, Lindsey Graham, and others, will do more to stabilize the planet than anything imaginable. So be watching in the Sahel, especially over the next 12 months. Of course, several places like Syria, you could have another wave of migration coming out of Syria, and again, with infiltration by extremist groups. And of course, you got to look down in Central America. We were doing surveying down in Central America years ago, and we predicted that the number of people that would begin to migrate would be 5 times what it was 3-4 years ago. And if people don't have food, they'll put up with a lot of things. But if you can't feed your little girl, your little boy, I don't care what country you're from, you're going to move to feed your family. And they'll move 2 to 3 times or 4 or 5 inside their country before they will leave their country. People don't want to leave home. If you can end migration by necessity, wow. Then the debate on migration is a pleasant one. Migration by choice is not that many people. Migration by necessity is a horrible thing. So,
Ambassador, I want you, all eyes, of course, have been on Ukraine. I think 2023, 1 out of 5 Ukrainians were food insecure. I know we just got this aid package passed, military aid, but give us the situation there now. What are you seeing now? Any improvement? Worse?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be with senators, so many friends, US, GLC, of course. The story of Ukraine and this full-fledged war, it's really a two-sided story, because on the one hand, Ukraine is a breadbasket. So when Putin attacked us with the full-fledged aggression in 2022, not only Ukrainians were under threat, attack, killed on the battlefield, under occupation, but Putin specifically and the Russians made it a target, destroying the grain storages, destroying our port infrastructure, and blocking the Black Sea. So on the one hand, we have been in the top 5 exporters before the war started on pretty much everything, from grain to barley. We were number 1 in sunflower oil in the world. And by blocking the Black Sea, not only Ukrainians were on the verge of food catastrophe, but more than 70 countries which rely upon food from Ukraine. Now, fast forward now, we were not only able to liberate 50% of the territories, but after we worked so hard on the grain deal, trying to push Russians to agree, and with the help of the UN they did, and then they decided to pull out. Now with Ukrainian naval drones, with our own capabilities, and with the support from our friends, especially from the US, we were able to create this corridor ourselves. And we're exporting, again, grain ourselves. But as you know, we have created this program called Grain from Ukraine. As early as November 2022, President Zelensky said, look, we have to somehow ensure that everyone who's relying upon us, even though we are at war, we have to help. So we are sending, just today, when I was driving here, President Zelensky announced new shipment through the program to Sudan. And they really need this. And the amount that we agreed to ship, and World Food Program is helping us to actually deliver, but we are donating the goods, is going to be enough to feed 2 million people on a monthly basis. So again, of course, right now, everyone knows about the package. Thank you so much. We have, after 5-6 months of negotiations, this support, which hopefully will be turned into weapons as soon as possible, so we can get to win this war faster. But as we fight for our lives and for our existence, we also have to double down and fight together for food security everywhere. We definitely will do that with air defense to our ports and grain facility, which we need more, and with shipping as much as we can. And Ukrainian farmers are planting. It's just amazing. I mean, we are the most contaminated by mines country and unexploded ordnance. Our farmers are losing their children, because, on the farms, it's always the family that works together because they're trying to demine it as soon as possible. We have companies like Cargill, literally standing shoulder to shoulder. They never left Ukraine. When the war started, they supported the farmers, they supported their operations. We'll do what it takes, but it will take a village for us to come back to where we need to come back, to stop Russia, to win this war, but at the same time, for us to double down and be able to produce much more, so we can close these gaps in so many countries, in Africa and Middle East, because it is a matter of national security for all of us. It will make a world a safer place.
And that's a perfect transition to you, Brian Sykes. In partnership with USGLC, Cargill has launched its Farmers for Prosperity initiative in 2022 to engage American farmers and communities. Tell us about that.
Okay, well, thank you. Senator Coons, thank you for the invite. This is actually my life. This is what I wake up every day trying to figure out how we can help solve, and the 165,000 other Cargill employees. So it's a privilege to be here with this group and to be a part of this panel. Sorry, I'll try to get this a little closer. I'll talk about that, but before I do, I want to talk about food security in a little more personal way. If you think about, we've talked about what's going on around the globe, but we have 40 million Americans that are food insecure today. 1 in 10 in Delaware adults are food insecure today, and worse than that, 1 in 7 children are food insecure. And so we have a local problem as well. And we know that kids do better in school when they have the right nutrition, and we know that they get through school, and then we know that they become more productive and have bigger opportunities. So you can fast forward that into food security and national security as well. And the sad part of this is we produce enough calories around the world to feed the world today. We've got 780 million people food insecure, and we produce enough calories today. So it's the conflict, it's gaps in our supply chains, not having transportation, not having refrigeration in the right places, a lot of inefficiencies, and a lot of waste. And so we've got to work on that. We're going to talk more later about the future problem we have, but we have a current problem we have to solve as well, and it's not just over there, it's here as well. On to farmers. None of this gets done without farmers. I think they're the ultimate entrepreneurs. They're the ultimate conservationists. And so we talk about sustainable food systems, sustainable food supplies. That all has to start with the farmer. And that's really what Cargill was founded. We're in our 159th year with a grain elevator in Conover, Iowa. It was to serve a farmer. So we connect farmers with markets. That's what we do. We move grains and food around the world from areas of surplus to areas of deficit so that we can eliminate some of these issues. But we really have to get at the farm gate and drive farm income up. Farmers are entrepreneurs. They'll buy better equipment that's more targeted with less waste. They'll buy better seed. We really have to arm them with the right information, the right technology, and probably most importantly, some certainty in their markets. They need to know when they buy seeds, they need to know when they buy their fertilizer, they invest in their tractor, that when they get that crop produced, if the weather didn't work against them, that they have a market that will cover the cost of that, hopefully plus some. And when there's some plus some, they'll invest it. So we will get the sustainability we need, but we have to start with a farmer. I'm going to take a few seconds just to add. The frontline worker is the other element of that I hope we get maybe a minute before the day's over, because I think that's the other piece that came through our supply chain, investing in frontline workers and making sure they have health care, making sure they have affordable housing, making sure they have child care, making sure we pay them well, and making sure that we keep them safe in the work that they do. That's one of the other elements. The final is trade. 95% of the world's consumers are outside this country. About 25% of the world's food travels across borders today. We need that number to go up, not down, to tackle the 2 billion more that are going to join us over the next 25 years.
I'm fascinated by this figure. Today, 8 of America's top 10 trading partners are former recipients of foreign assistance. You know that figure? Yeah.
I can't name them.
What does that? Oh, this is not a test. This is not. This is definitely not a Sunday morning show, is it? It's a very different atmosphere. We just want to hear your thoughts on that. So, is there a connection? Do you see a connection between that and the foreign assistance? Sorry, I really am losing my voice here. Never mind.
But may I answer that?
Yes.
Senator, you first.
The example that Martha is citing that I can give you most clearly and concisely is South Korea. At the end of the Korean War, South Korea was desperately poor. The north of Korea was the industrialized and advanced portion, and it was the south that was rural, poor, undeveloped, and agricultural. We have invested, American taxpayers, billions of dollars in assistance to Korea, 50s, 60s, 70s. Today, South Korea is spending $5 billion on foreign aid for other countries, is one of the top 5 economies in the world, is a security partner of the United States, and is one of our best trading partners. The same is true of Japan and Germany, countries that we help rebuild and that today are some of our best trading partners and security partners. That is the future of Ukraine. And this is an argument for foreign assistance, that we are helping stabilize countries currently undergoing horrifying violence and challenges, but where with a strong heart and determination, the Ukrainian people are rejoining the world as an exporter of food. I didn't hear the round of applause I expected, but Oksana just announced Ukraine is donating food to Sudan. That is amazing.
It really, truly is.
Thank you. This is absolutely right. When foreign assistance is structured the right way and is based on common values, it actually leads to that. It leads to countries becoming self-sustainable and becoming partners. Ukraine is already an example of that because just 300 million a year, 300 million, which we were receiving through the USAI program, actually prepared our armed forces, made them more NATO interoperable during the 8 years before Russia attacked us. Just $3 billion, which was structured as loan in 2015, and I was the Minister of Finance, I was discussing that, made our economy return, and with the reforms, of course, which we did during the past 8 years, to become more self-sustainable. That actually prepared us to be resilient before this attack, and the assistance we are receiving now. If you look at the budget assistance, why it's so important that Congress is not only providing us with defense assistance, but also budget and economic assistance. First of all, during the last 2 years, if you look at per month numbers, they are declining since February 2022. Yes, you are sending us a lot, and we are very grateful for all the assistance, but we started with $3 billion per month, and now it's smaller than 1 billion. Why? Because our business is producing more, because we're already collecting more revenues than we collected before the full-fledged war started, surprisingly. Because we're exporting now more than we exported in 2021. We're trying to be, nobody wants to get aid. Everyone wants to be self-sustainable and be a partner. But if you structure the aid properly, if your partner, like Ukraine, is reforming, is doing everything possible, if you ask compliant companies like Cargill and Bunge and ADM and others, really expanding in Ukraine, and we actually treat them as Ukrainian companies. We think any business that operates and pays taxes and creates jobs in Ukraine is as Ukrainian and at the same time American. But that leads to countries becoming reliable partners and then contributing. And we, of course, are contributing in food security, but we can contribute in energy, in digital, in everything else, and definitely in defense with our battle-tested army, which is winning a much larger enemy today with the support of everyone. But in the future, I mean, Russia is not going to move anywhere. We'll have to protect all of us from these aggressors in the future. So yes, foreign aid is exactly doing that.
I see you leaning forward, Governor Beasley, and we've hit on this a little bit, Senator Coons did, but last year the World Food Program announced that it was experiencing a 60% funding shortfall, the highest level in WFP's 60-year history, pushing potentially 24 million people to the brink of starvation. First of all, what happened? Why did it drop so drastically?
Well, the distraction. I mean, this was one of the reasons we got the Nobel Peace Prize was because we elevated the discussion to the entire world. And it was hard at first because if you remember 6, 7 years ago when Trump got elected, it was all the media was Trump, 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 Trump. You couldn't get space to let the people know what was going on. And I was pretty hard on some of my media friends. I said, you know, people can tell you what Prince Harry was wearing yesterday, but no one knows that people are starving to death in Chad, in Syria, in Guatemala, and Honduras, and this kind of thing. And so we elevated the discussion, which was not easy. I mean, I was everywhere doing every talk show I could. I would go to a war zone, I'd come to a talk show. I'd go to a war zone, I'd go to the Senate. I'd go to a war zone, I'd go to the House. And we elevated the discussion, but then there's always these distractions that takes your mind off. But it was quite a time because in the last few years, everybody in the world was talking about food security. But then all of a sudden, you know, Ukraine and more was happening in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Gaza, and it's hard to get space on national news.
I know David Muir has done amazing work covering food insecurity. He has.
Incredible. So the news is critical because people, I know the American people, if they know there's a problem, they will support their senators and their congressmen, no matter the party, to go help people in need. And that's, America is, and you've heard this quote, America's great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. I have seen that in reality, probably more than anybody on the planet, and all over the world. People love America. They love the hospitality. They love the passion we have for helping people around the world. And right now, people are starving all over the world. And there's been a lot of distraction in the media. I mean, when you cut on the media now, it's all about the Trump trials. I mean, okay, all right. No matter how you feel about Trump, or no matter how you feel, I say it's about Russia. I don't care if you love or hate Russia. We got to have their fertilizer.
Okay, but that's a reality right now, right? That's a reality, and that's a fight you have to have. So how do you get around it? How do you get attention? How do you raise more money?
It is not easy in this time. And social media creates some opportunities, and we try to take advantage of social media as much as we can. You remember I did the big tweet with Elon Musk, and the tweet that was heard around the world.
Remind us.
You remember? And so Elon and I were going at it. But the other tweet that social media that I took advantage of was when I tweeted to Putin. I went to Odessa, and I said, Putin, you're going to bring famine to the rest of the world if you don't open up these ports. And every leader in Africa responded, we got to have Ukrainian grain. Ukraine was growing enough food to feed 400 million people, and all of a sudden, boom, it's shut down. So you've got a message, and I caught some grief. You can imagine I got this old Southern dialect, and so in the United Nations, they weren't quite used to that. And so in the United Nations, you have to talk all these...
poured it on, I'm sure.
So you got these acronyms. I don't even know what they mean. I mean, it's like, what are you talking about? And so I caught some grief for the first few months that you shouldn't be saying it like that. I said, well, I tell you what, I'm going to say it. You say it like you say it, and you're not going to raise any more money. You say it like I'm saying it, you're going to raise money. Well, after about a year, and our funding was going up, 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 and other UN agencies were going down, 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 they're like, how did you say that again, you know? You got to speak common sense language. Let people know what's really happening. Children are dying. People are starving. And here's how it's going to impact you if you don't. We did this in Germany. Germany was giving us about $300 million a year. When I left, it was $2 billion. What happened? Spoke to the Bundestag back to back to back, did radio, television news all throughout Germany, because the same question you would get, why should I send money down to Chad when we got funding needs here? And I said, well, let me just give you a simple example. Syria, 1 million refugees in Germany, $125 billion over 5 years. That's 70 euros a day. For 50 cents a day, I can feed that Syrian back home. So do the math. It's a lot cheaper. And you have to message with such clarity that catches the attention. Because members in the Senate and the House, they're so busy. You don't have time to give them a 30-minute speech on something. You've got to hit them with that message. It just hits their heart, and they realize, wow, we got to do something. And of course, Senator Coons and Lindsey and others gave me that platform to say it. And I would go to some of the parliaments, and the left wing would say, we got a funding problem with the conservatives. And I say, let me talk their language. You've got to give me the flexibility to speak the language they understand. And they would. And by the end of the meeting, everybody'd be on board. But you had to say it in a way they understand it and give sometimes a little flexibility to say things you might not like.
And Senator, you touched on this. If you don't have the money, if they don't have the money, if World Food Program does not have the money, if Ukraine does not have the money, you have to make some really tough choices.
So the subcommittee that I chair and where Lindsey Graham is my ranking member, when the allocations were handed out 6 months ago, we got a $3.5 billion cut. And that led to weeks of ugly phone calls where I had to call UNICEF and UNHCR and the Millennium Challenge Corporation, lots of different development entities, and say, you get a $300 million cut, you get a $200 million cut, you get a $100 million cut. Nobody went up, it only went down. The supplemental that just passed didn't fill the entire hole because we were cutting below that. But adding the $9 billion to humanitarian aid is making a huge difference this year. I am not optimistic that we will do that again next year. The larger point is, because of conflict and climate change, hunger is growing globally. In some instances, like Germany, where David did an amazing job taking a modest donor and turning them into a major donor, we've had real progress. But if the United States doesn't lead in giving to UNICEF and the World Food Program, our partners in Europe and the Gulf states do not follow. They do not make up the gap. And so I am alarmed about the ban on funding for UNRWA and what it will mean for Palestinians throughout the Middle East. Some of our partners and allies are filling that hole right now. But as I look ahead to FY25, to our next year, it's going to be hard all over again. If we don't innovate food solutions, if we are not producing more food for a hungry world, these drivers of climate and conflict are going to get ahead of us. There are only but so many people like David who are incredible fundraisers and who can rally the world so many times. We have to end conflicts that are tying up some of the most productive land, and we have to get more out of places in the world that are arable but not yet being fully productive, or we will fall behind. 45 million children globally under 5 experienced stunting last year. The first time I really got what stunting means was in Guatemala in the highlands. They had a group of 6 kids up against a wall, and they showed us a picture, and there was a line about a foot higher above their heads. That's the height they should have been, but were not, because as children, as infants, they didn't get nutrition. You can't ever fix that. A child who is malnourished in the womb and as an infant never regains their height, their vitality, their intellectual capabilities. And so the United States, I passed along with Senator Wicker the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act, because we have an answer to this in RUTF, what goes colloquially by Plumpy Nut. Christy's nodding her head. She's from Save the Children. We both saw Plumpy Nut together the first time with Senator Isaacson. It is a paste of peanuts and milk solids and vital nutrients that is shelf stable, can be delivered worldwide, and literally can turn the corner on malnutrition and prevent stunting. But if we aren't growing more nutritious food, if we aren't expanding our food production systems, and if we aren't ending conflict, even the incredibly gifted David Beasley can't raise enough money to meet the need. So we need to innovate and we need to invest if we're going to outrun the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that are coming along behind us.
And Brian, I want to take it back to you and your collaborations and what you're seeing. I know at the World Economic Forum earlier this year, Cargill joined over 20 leading food companies to launch the First Movers Coalition for Food. Explain what that is and what the goals are.
Well, you've heard the challenge. So it's, what can we do as companies? First, it's bigger than any of us. Any of us, even the United States government, can't solve this. So it takes collaboration, it takes connections, and so we've got those at every level. The one you're referencing, Martha, is 20 leading companies. Let me step back. 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the food system, from food and ag. 4% of the funding that's out there today has been pointed towards ag, so we have some work to do, right? So we have to find that innovation so that we can attract those funds. So we've got a big hill to climb. This is an example of 20 companies, many of our great customers, but also our competitors, where we get together. And in this instance, we're trying to encourage or incent more sustainable commodities to be produced. We know how to do that. We know how to work on farm. But again, we can't ask farmers to do that at the risk of not getting paid for it when it gets there. So we've agreed to direct $10 to $20 billion of our purchases by 2030 to make sure that as we ask farmers to participate in this program, that they get paid when it happens. So that's one of the examples we've done. We've got many examples where we're doing regenerative agriculture. It takes about 3 years when we change processes. That's cover crops, it's rotation, it's precision farming. There's all kinds of elements that go into that. But when we do that, it takes about 3 years for soils to change and to start seeing the benefits of it. The good news is we see the benefits of it. We have about 90% of our farmers re-sign up for this at that point. They only signed up because their farm income has improved. It's either their revenues went up or their input costs have gone down. So it does work. We can produce more sustainably produced commodities, but we have to create markets for farmers for that to happen. So we've got all kinds of programs that I could run you with. We're one of the larger beef suppliers in North America and in the U.S. We've made a commitment by 2030 to take 30% of the carbon intensity out of our supply chain. That's a big lift. That's 570,000 automobiles a year off the road. That's 2.4 million metric tons. So to do that, again, you got to line up with farmers and ranchers, and then you have to get customers on the backside that say, yeah, I'll buy that product, even though it's going to be a premium. So we get together with NGOs, with customers, ourselves. We line up farmers and ranchers, and we make this connection between the supply chain. We believe at the end of those 3 years that the process will fund itself, and we can step out of the way, because no one person can fund these. You're trying to get momentum. And we have to start everything we do with the farmer and incent them in the right way. And that is where governments, NGOs, and private have to work together.
I want to switch, and again, we've touched on this, to climate change. Malnutrition, food insecurity, tie those together. Senator Coons, start with you.
So climate change is not just a little bit of sea level rise, a little bit hotter in the summer, a couple more hurricanes. It is shifting where there is productive land, what can be grown, what can be caught in the sea, what proteins are available, and what foods are going to work. We already were having challenges in the global south, producing enough nutritious food in an affordable way. But now the climate is moving, and we need to develop appropriate hybrids, seeds, fertilizers, and systems, or it's going to run away from us. Expanding desertification, expanding frequency of major natural disasters, hurricanes and cyclones, and expanding challenges in terms of more heat intensity or more cold, all make agriculture harder. Farmers already live with the challenges of changing weather in the best of times. Those challenges are intensifying. And so we need to, again, be smarter. I got to see when DuPont had a company, it's now Corteva. The agriculture division of DuPont has a research station in the highlands in Kenya that is specifically working on corn hybrids that are appropriate for the regional subclimate that is different from almost anywhere else in the world that's growing corn. And then I got to visit with the families that were using the new hybrids developed by DuPont at this research station. It was tripling their productivity. And to meet with women who were growing maize, corn, on a half an acre. The farms in Kenya are small because the population has grown so much. They'd have a half an acre, if they were lucky, an acre to feed 5 kids. When you can triple the amount of corn coming out of that ground, you can suddenly have a tin roof, you can pay for your kids' school fees, you can get clean water, you can get a solar panel to charge the cell phones, your kids can study, they can go to school. Producing more food produces opportunity.
Governor, you're sitting forward on that one.
I have seen exactly what Senator's talking about. And when, to give an example, when the Ukrainian crisis took place, the war, invasion of, just rippled the food security sector around the world. In Niger, just for example, where we did resilience programs, 80% of those villages did not need additional support. When we can come in there, because we've got solutions, we just need to scale it up.
And just give us a sense of where we are in looking for solutions and how far we have to go in what period of time to make a difference.
Well, mitigation is one thing. And while the world debates mitigation, you have to have adaptation in the meantime. Because smallholder farmers, families, you can debate what causes the climate to change all day long. I'm like, look, I'll let the experts figure that out. But let me tell you, it's changing right here, it's changing right there. There's more droughts, there's more flooding, and people have to survive. Either they got to move, migrate, or we've got to give them the tools. We have the tools of adaptation and where we could scale up. For example, in the World Food Program, we, when I say we, our beneficiaries rehabilitated over 4 million acres of land by hand, 78,000 kilometers of feeder roads done by hand, 28,000 kilometers of water canals that are now feeding families, smallholder farmers, not giant farms, because Africa, 70% of the consumption is from smallholder farmers. So if we can give them better seeds, better fertilizers, that's incredible in itself. But in the meantime, you've got to give them the water canals, the holding ponds, so that they can have, if they don't have water, they don't have anything. I mean, it's critical. And so we've got those solutions out there. And this is one of the things that Senator Coons and I and Lindsey Graham have talked about, getting USAID and the different agencies around the world to give us the flexibility to not just hand out food, but give the families the tools they need so that what you said just a minute ago just touched my heart, because I was in Chad, Biba, this woman, I said, Biba, I'm going to come back in 2 years. We're going to give you a water system. We go train your people. And these women, you give African women the same tools you'll give a man. Holy mackerel. Women are unbelievable in Africa. Unbelievable. Well, I came back 2 years later because my staff, every country I go to, I was like, I want to put the World Food Program out of business in this country. What's the plan? How are we going to do it? And so I came back 2 years later, and Biba, she stood there so proudly and had the water system, and it was so green. They were growing vegetables and everything. She said, Mr. Beasley, we fed our entire village. We sold food into the marketplace. We're buying medicines for our children, our clothing. And she said, I got a new house, which was a hut house. And she said, and I just paid for my son's wedding. You couldn't have taught that at Harvard Business School any better than that woman right there. When you give the pride, because I haven't met an African woman yet that wanted a handout. They don't. They just want you to give them the tools so they can take care of their families. And that's what this is all about.
And they will do it. Your company has made a lot of progress. You touched on that as well in the climate change and what you're doing.
Yeah, let me make this a little worse for you, and we're going to end on a good note. How about that? But let me make it. We
will end on a good note.
We're going to end on a good note, but let me paint what we have in front of us. We've kind of talked about what is. We started talking about climate change, but think about between now and 2050, we're going to add about 2 billion people to the earth. By 2030, we're going to have a greater demand for water than we have supply. We're going to have to build 1 trillion square feet of infrastructure to house the 2 billion people that we have to put on the earth. That's another New York City, all 5 boroughs, every month between now and then. So we're going to have to feed an extra 2 billion people. We're short 780 today that go hungry. 780 million today, that's the starting point. So we have to feed that group with less land and less water. So technology's got to be a part of it. I'll ad-lib a little bit here. We can't take 8 years, and I'm not in the seed business, but I know the folks who are, but we can't take 8 years to approve new varieties of sustainability. And we have to do all of this under the challenges of sustainability. And by the way, food and ag have to be part of the decarbonation of transportation. We're a big part of the problem. I'll cut to the chase, and I'll tell you the good news in a minute. We can do this, as daunting as it is, but it is through embracing technology. It is through empowering farmers, and it is through connection, of relationships. One of the things that we just announced was we bought 300 megawatts of renewable energy, solar and wind. So that takes us to 42% of our global. So we had a goal by 2025 to get to 10%. Those are absolute terms, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Good news is 2023 we're at 11%, so we're over that. We're not stopping. The bad news is we've done the less expensive and the easier stuff, so we need technology. We need carbon capture, carbon sequestration, all of those things that we need to do. We have to run plants that have zero waste. We have to use water 3 or 4 times, and when we emit the water into the streams, it needs to be cleaner than when it came into the plant. Right? All of those things have to happen. That's our part, and then we have to work among the supply chain. And again, the good news is ag can be a solution for decarbonizing. You think about used cooking oil. Think about tallow that used to go into landfill. Today, used cooking oil is almost as much as new cooking oil, because we're putting it in biodiesel that's going in a truck or going in a ship. At the same time, we're testing methanol to find cheaper ways to get ships around the world. Cargill is one of the largest ocean transportation companies in the world, and anytime we have 600 vessels going around the world. We just created this thing called Wind Wings. Google it if you haven't seen it. A lot of people did articles on it. For 1,000 years, vessels moved across the ocean by wind. Somebody on our team had the bright idea, maybe we should try that again, to to help. And so we have a 150-foot solid wind wing that goes up and down. We worked with some really great engineering partners that we historically wouldn't have worked with. We've saved 14% fuel on that. We've had 3 voyages so far. It's up to 30% of emissions reduction in peak. So those are the kind of investments in technology that we have to have. And again, Cargill can't do it alone, but we have to do our part.
I do want to, thank you. I do want to end on a message of hope, but I also just want to ask the question, and Senator, we've all touched on it, using food as a weapon of war. And it's easy to say, you end the conflicts and then it doesn't happen. But whoever wants to, just a short-term solution and how much more complicated it is when there is a conflict going on and food is used that way. Ambassador?
Well, first of all, Ukraine is blessed to own 30% of global black soil. We have, and we used to have a very good climate. I guess God thought having Russians as neighbors is bad enough, so everything else was great, but look at these 2 years. Not only, we could double or triple productivity in Ukrainian agriculture easily. That's what companies like Cargill can prove. Just with a little bit more technologies, fertilizers, and equipment, we can produce much more and be a solution to so many problems. What Russians did during this horrible years of war, not only the explosions are actually destroying this black soil level, they destroyed the Kakhovka hydro power plant and the dam last year. And not only all that water rushed down to Black Sea and destroyed so many houses and killed so many people, but now we don't have a huge reservoir, which was a source of water for many agricultural regions in Ukraine. So we have to be more creative about that. Now, it's actually, clear what we have to do to win and to end this war, to end this Russian aggression. Just double down on weapons and sanctions, isolate Russia properly, sanction all Russian banks, double down now, and if we do it together, we'll push them into we already have seen how we liberated 50% of Ukraine in 2022, how we liberated the Black Sea in 2023. We need to end this war as soon as possible so that Ukraine can become, as quick as possible, part of this solution. We can not only grow food, we also produced big number of fertilizers before the war. And we can do it again, but we have to all together come together. That's why this peace formula discussions in Switzerland at the level of leaders is so important, because if more than 100 countries will come together and say on the basis of UN Charter, we demand Russia to do what UN Court actually told them to do as early as March 2022, and if this war stops, of course there will be lots to do to reconstruct justice and everything else. But we can start growing more food and we can start addressing these challenges.
Let me add another factor on the weaponization, because obviously the Ukraine war was a clear example, and we've talked about that. But there's another example out there, for example, in the Sahel. The day that I got the phone call about the Nobel Peace Prize, I was in the middle of Niger, and this is an unbelievable true story. Because I could have been at Rome expecting a phone call, dressed up, but I was in the middle of Niger, and it was horrible. I was out in the countryside, and I was having a furious debate with the military leadership. Because ISIS and Al-Qaeda, ISIS was about 10, 20 miles to the north of us, and ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the other element, was about 10, 20 miles to the south of us. And supply chains, we were having trouble moving supply chains. And if you can't feed people, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and other extremist groups will shut down the supply chain, and then they use starvation as a weapon of recruitment. And I've had more mothers tell me my son or my husband didn't want to join ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but Mr. Beasley, we hadn't fed our little girl in 2 weeks. What were we supposed to do? So I'm in a meeting with the military leader just pounding, I've got to get access. You can't stop me. These people are going to starve, and recruitment by ISIS. Well, anyway, I was not Mr. Nice Guy. And all of a sudden, the door bust open. It's my guy. I'm like, what the heck are you doing busting in this meeting? I'm beating this guy up, And he said, Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm like, oh, yeah, who won it? And he said, you did, we did. And anyway, I got what I needed from the general, though. So it is used in many different ways in many different places. And I have seen food used in such incredible ways. I've been in Yemen where we have fighting factions, and we said, we're not feeding you until you lay down your weapons. And they put all the weapons in the middle of the village, laid it down, made peace, and we fed people. It's just so many wonderful, beautiful, beautiful stories. And can I tell you one last story?
Yes.
Scott Pelley, y'all know 60 Minutes, Scott Pelley. Scott was doing, we had this big show we had done in Odessa, and it was a brutal, brutal 60-minute story, remember? And at the end of the interview, Scott, we were demicing, and Scott said, he said, David, you got the greatest job on the planet, saving millions of lives every day. And I said, Scott, I do. I really do. But I'm going to tell you something that you haven't thought of, and it's going to trouble you deeply. And he looked at me like, what could that be? I said, I don't go to bed at night thinking about the children we saved. I go to bed at night brokenhearted over the children we can't reach. And when we don't have enough money, we have to choose which children eat or don't eat, which children live, which children die. I said, how would you like that job? And Scott said, oh my God, I never thought about it. I said, unfortunately, we have to deal with it every day. And because of friends like Senator Coons, we've been able to save hundreds of millions of lives around the world. And then Scott finally said, well, how do you have hope? He was like, you see more misery than anybody on the planet. He said, how do you stay positive? I said, when you're out there and you see that little girl, it could come from behind a war-stricken rubble building, and that little girl, 4 or 5-year-old, comes just like a flower in the desert. And I said, that's the image of God. That's my little sister. That's my little brother. And that gives me all the hope in the world. So there's hope out there.
There is our good closer on a moment of hope. And thank you all, and thanks for all the work you all do in these very, very important topics. And Senator Coons, I'll send it back to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Martha. I'm going to conclude. I just want to thank all of you for the time you've invested with us today, for being so present and so attentive, so interested and so concerned. We've just heard from a remarkable panel. The CEO of Cargill, an American-based company, but literally one of the leading food companies on earth. The ambassador from Ukraine, who has fought and fought and fought to secure our support, but the former finance minister of Ukraine, who understands the dynamics of their fight for freedom today in Eastern Europe. Martha Raddatz, who I hope you've all watched as much as I have, who is an incredible and talented journalist and brings the world to us and asks the questions that are so important of the moment. And my brother David Beasley, who has seen the world up close. Over the years, he's texted me from North Korea, from Syria, from Sudan, from Yemen. The organization he led has literally saved hundreds of millions of lives, and he made a lasting difference. So thank you, David, for being here and for being with us. I'm going to please a round of applause for this great panel. I'm going to thank just a few people and then conclude. Thank you to our sponsors who helped make this possible today, without whom the USGLC could not bring all the staff and do all the logistics and make all of this happen. And I want to thank Liz O'Baggy on my team, who really helped drive the work. There's a dozen people from my office, all in the back, who are doing this furiously. But I've got a great team that really helped make this possible. I also want to thank Christy Gleason, who's with us here today, who, when this was Opportunity Africa, helped make it happen year in and year out, and now works for Save the Children, and has worked with me and put up with me for more than a decade. My mom, Sally, who gave me the values that make me want to fight for women and children around the world. And to Liz Schreier, who leads USGLC, and who goes all over our country doing exactly this, in Republican states, in Democratic states, in rural states, and in urban states, and helps hold us together. That $95 billion supplemental that is going to be critical to Ukraine's fight for freedom, critical to delivering humanitarian relief in Gaza, critical to feeding the starving people of Sudan, critical to strengthening Taiwan's defense, critical to our place in the world, happen in no small part because of Liz and the folks of USGLC who do this in communities just like ours. So thank you, Liz, and thank you, USGLC. We've heard today about some of the many ways in which Delaware is special. I wish more places in the United States were like Delaware. Because we've got people in this room, we bring together in one room, one day, one time, business leaders and entrepreneurs, elected leaders from the city, county, state, and federal level, people from the faith community, people from the African diaspora, people of all backgrounds across our community, and we have managed to have a constructive, positive, hopeful, and engaging day. If you didn't get to visit with some of the tables out here in the ante room, they represent some of the very best of Delaware. We heard about how innovations happening in Newark, Delaware by several different companies around the perimeter of the University of Delaware are going to lead to solutions to the clean energy future. We've heard about how work that's being done at an historically black college in Dover, Delaware, at Del State, is key to the future of development and opportunities on the continent and here at home. We've heard about how being able to listen to each other and work together has created an environment here that so many in the rest of the world would like to replicate. And we've heard compelling individual stories, whether it's a young refugee from Sudan who has managed to make a way out of no way, or it's inventors and innovators who've given us hope and opportunity, or it's faith-filled spirit warriors who've gone around the world and extracted millions of dollars from reluctant partners and allies to join us in feeding a hungry world. Thank you for being a part of this year's conversation. I look forward to your feedback on how we can do a better job next year, and I hope that you too will leave here filled with optimism about what we can do to meet the challenges of this moment in a world that needs us more than ever. Thank you all very much.